When Moana came out, it didn't just feel like another Disney movie. It felt different. The ocean had weight. The journey mattered. And Moana didn't wait for a prince or a prophecy to save her. She chose to go. Moana works so well because it's simple, honest, and emotional without trying too hard. It tells a story about identity, responsibility, and finding your place, and it does it in a way that feels natural. The music sticks, the characters feel real, and the world feels alive. This movie isn't great because it's flashy. It's great because it understands what kind of story it wants to tell, and it commits to it from the first wave to the final scene. One of the biggest reasons Moana works is its main character. Moana isn't trying to escape her life. She cares about her people, and she takes her role seriously. When she leaves the island, it isn't about rebellion. It's about responsibility. She's allowed to be unsure. She messes up. She gets scared. But she keeps moving forward anyway. That makes her feel human, not perfect. Her strength doesn't come from being special. It comes from choosing to act even when she's afraid. That choice is what drives the entire movie, and it's why her journey feels earned instead of forced. Another reason the movie stands out is how it handles its world. The ocean isn't just a backdrop. It feels alive, calm one moment and dangerous the next. The island feels small, safe, and limiting at the same time. The journey across the sea actually feels long and risky. You feel the distance. You feel the danger. That makes every step forward matter. Moana doesn't just travel. She learns by failing, adapting, and paying attention to the world around her. Because the environment pushes back, the story feels grounded, even when the movie leans into fantasy. The movie also works because it respects where its story comes from. Moana is inspired by Polynesian culture, and you can feel that care in the details. From the way the people live on the island to how the ocean is treated with respect, the movie slows down to let the culture breathe. Wayfinding isn't shown as magic. It's shown as skill, memory, and trust in knowledge passed down over time. The stars matter. The waves matter. The past matters. When Moana learns these things, it feels earned, not handed to her. That grounding gives the fantasy weight. Even when gods and monsters show up, the story stays focused on people, tradition, and the idea that knowing where you come from helps you know where to go. Maui is another big reason the movie works. He isn't just comic relief. He's loud and funny, but he's also insecure and stuck. His whole identity is built on being needed, and when that slips, he falls apart. What makes Maui interesting is that he doesn't change all at once. He resists. He lies. He runs away. His growth happens slowly, and it comes from being challenged, not praised. Moana doesn't fix him. She pushes him to face himself. That balance keeps the movie grounded. Maui feels powerful, but also fragile, and that makes his journey feel just as important as Moana's. The movie also understands its villain, or really the lack of one. There isn't a single evil force driving the story. The conflict comes from damage that was done and fear that was passed down over time. Te Kā isn't evil for the sake of being evil. She's the result of something taken and never returned. When the truth is revealed, the solution isn't about defeating her. It's about recognizing her. That choice changes the meaning of the story. The answer isn't violence. It's understanding. And that makes the ending feel powerful without needing a final battle. All of this is tied together by the music. The songs aren't just there to sound good. They push the story forward and reveal what the characters are feeling when they can't say it out loud. Each song has a purpose. They mark turning points, doubt, growth, and choice. The music feels connected to the setting instead of dropped. And from the outside, it helps shape the rhythm of the journey. Because of that, the songs don't stop the movie. They deepen it, and they make the emotional moments hit harder. What really makes Moana last is its ending. Moana doesn't win by becoming stronger or more powerful. She wins by understanding who she is and where she belongs. When she walks toward Te Kā, there's no fear, no anger, just clarity. She knows the truth and she trusts it. That moment reflects everything the movie has been building toward from the start. The journey isn't about leaving home behind. It's about restoring balance and returning with knowledge. That's why the ending feels complete instead of rushed. That's why Moana stays with people long after the credits roll. It's not just fun or emotional. It's thoughtful. It respects its audience and trusts them to understand quiet moments as much as big ones. The movie says that growth doesn't always mean change. Sometimes it means remembering who you are and choosing to act on it. That idea feels timeless, and it's why the story still connects years later. Moana isn't just a great animated movie. It's a strong story told with care, and that's what makes it stand out. And that's why Moana is worth talking about. Not just as a Disney movie, but as a story that knows what it wants to say and says it clearly. It balances adventure with meaning and spectacle with heart. If you've ever felt pulled between who you are and who you're expected to be, this movie understands that feeling. And it reminds you that listening to that pull matters. If you enjoyed this breakdown, stick around. There's more to explore in this world, and this is only the beginning. Now let's be honest. Moana is better than Sword Art Online, and it isn't even close. Sword Art Online pretends to be deep, but it never commits to its own ideas. It sets up a deadly game, then drains it of tension. Characters talk about risk, but nothing feels earned because the story bends around the main character whenever it needs to. The stakes are fake, and once you see that, the whole thing falls apart. Moana puts in the work. Sword Art Online skips it. Kirito starts perfect and stays perfect, so there's no real growth. Every win feels expected. Every struggle feels temporary. The story keeps resetting itself and asking you to care again without giving you a reason. Moana understands structure, theme, and payoff. Sword Art Online just piles on concepts and hopes something sticks. One respects storytelling. The other mistakes wish fulfillment for meaning. Moana has heart, intention, and follow-through. Sword Art Online has none of that, and once you compare them side by side, it's hard to see anything SAO does well at all. And the worst part is how Sword Art Online treats its characters. Most of them exist just to orbit Kirito. They don't drive the story. They react to him. Their goals fade the moment he shows up, and their growth stops once they admire him. Moana never does that. Every character has a role that matters to the story. Even when Moana is clearly the lead, the world doesn't bend to make her look good. She has to listen, learn, and change. In Sword Art Online, the world bends constantly, and it makes everything feel hollow. Moana trusts its story to stand on its own. Sword Art Online feels like it's scared to challenge its main character, and that fear kills any chance it has of being meaningful. And then there's the emotional side, or what Sword Art Online tries to pass off as emotion. The show rushes relationships, skips bonding, and expects you to care because the script says you should. Big moments happen without build-up, so they land flat. Moana earns its emotion. You understand why moments matter because you've lived with the character through doubt, failure, and choice. When something hits, it hits because it was built properly. Sword Art Online just jumps to the payoff and hopes you don't notice the missing steps. That difference is huge. One story respects your time and attention. The other wastes it and asks for praise anyway. Even the themes don't compare. Sword Art Online wants to talk about identity, reality, and escape, but it never goes anywhere with them. It brings these ideas up, then drops them the moment they get uncomfortable or require real thought. It's shallow, pretending to be smart. Moana actually follows through. It introduces ideas and then builds on them. It asks questions and answers them through action, not speeches. Nothing is there just to sound cool. Everything connects back to the journey and the choice Moana has to make. That's the real difference. Moana understands storytelling. Sword Art Online just borrows big ideas and never earns them. One feels complete. The other feels like wasted potential stretched way too thin. The pacing is another mess. Sword Art Online rushes what should matter and drags out what doesn't. Huge events fly by with no weight. Then the show stops dead to focus on filler moments that go nowhere. Feels like it's scared to slow down and think. Moana knows when to move and when to breathe. Quiet moments are allowed to exist. Scenes have space to land. You always know why you're watching what you're watching. Nothing feels wasted. Sword Art Online feels impatient and sloppy. Moana feels confident. One trusts its story. The other just keeps sprinting, hoping speed will cover up the cracks. And visually, Sword Art Online isn't impressive either once you look past the shine. It leans hard on flashy effects and clean designs, but there's no personality behind them. Worlds blur together. Fights look cool, then vanish from your memory because they don't mean anything. Moana uses visuals to tell the story. Color, movement, and space all reflect what the characters are feeling. The ocean changes with Moana. The world responds to the journey. Nothing is there just to look nice. Sword Art Online wants you to be impressed. Moana wants you to feel something. One leaves an image. The other leaves an impression. That difference matters, and it's why one lasts and the other doesn't. At the end of the day, Sword Art Online feels like a shortcut. It wants the credit for deep ideas, strong emotion, and big stakes without doing the work to earn any of it. Plays things safe, leans on power fantasy, and hopes you won't question it too hard. Moana does the opposite. Takes its time. Trusts its story. It's willing to let its main character struggle, fail, and grow in ways that actually matter. That confidence shows in every part of the movie. So when you put them next to each other, it isn't even a fair comparison. One is built with care and purpose. The other feels hollow once the surface wears off. And once you see that difference, it's hard to go back. The fan bases say a lot too. Moana fans tend to appreciate the story for what it is. They talk about themes, culture, music, and character growth. There's space for discussion, disagreement, and reflection without everything turning defensive. Sword Art Online's fanbase is the opposite. Any criticism gets shut down fast. If you point out flaws, you're told you just didn't get it or you're hating for no reason. The show gets protected instead of examined, and that attitude mirrors the story itself. Shallow but loud about it. Moana fans don't need to convince you it's good. The movie does that on its own. Sword Art Online fans feel like they're always trying to defend something fragile, and that constant defensiveness makes the whole community exhausting. A strong story invites conversation. A weak one builds a shield, and the difference between these two fanbases makes that gap painfully clear. A lot of Sword Art Online fans also confuse liking something with it being well written. Enjoyment turns into identity, and once that happens, any criticism feels like a personal attack. That's why conversations spiral so fast. It stops being about the show and turns into defending ego. You see it in how often they overhype basic ideas as groundbreaking. Things like overpowered leads, forced romance, or surface-level themes get treated like deep writing just because they look cool. There's no interest in asking if it actually works, only in insisting that it does. Moana fans don't do that. They don't need to exaggerate or overprotect it. They're comfortable admitting flaws because the movie doesn't fall apart when you look closely. That confidence makes the community healthier and way more enjoyable to engage with. One fanbase feels open and relaxed. The other feels defensive and insecure. And that difference comes straight from the quality of the story they're rallying behind. Both Moana and Sword Art Online pull from mythology, but the difference in how they use it couldn't be bigger. Moana treats mythology with respect. It understands that myths come from culture, history, and belief. The story doesn't just borrow names or visuals. It builds its themes around them. Identity, balance, memory, and responsibility all come straight from how mythology works in real life. The myths shape the story instead of decorating it. Sword Art Online does the opposite. It grabs myth names and symbols because they sound cool, then strips them of meaning. Gods, legends, and concepts get turned into game mechanics or power labels with nothing behind them. There's no understanding of why those myths mattered in the first place. They're just skins pasted onto a shallow system. Moana uses mythology to say something. Sword Art Online uses it to look impressive. One adapts myth into story. The other reduces it to flavor text. And when you care about mythology at all, that difference is impossible to ignore. Moana shows that myth is about people and values. Sword Art Online treats it like a shortcut to depth. That's why one feels timeless, and the other feels empty the moment you look past the surface. Moana understands that mythology isn't just about gods and monsters. It's about how people explain the world, their fears, their duties, and their place in it. The myths inform how characters act and why choices matter. Even when the movie changes details, it keeps the spirit of mythology intact. The story feels rooted in belief, not just inspired by it. Sword Art Online completely misses that point. It treats mythology like a grab bag of cool references. Names get pulled from Norse or other myths, but they don't carry weight. They don't shape behavior, culture, or meaning. They're just labels slapped onto weapons, systems, or bosses. You could replace them with random words and nothing would change. In real mythology, power always comes with cost, balance, or consequence. In Sword Art Online, myth-based elements just make characters stronger or the world flashier. There's no respect for what those myths were trying to explain or represent. They lose all depth the moment they get turned into stats and skills. Moana proves that you can adapt mythology and still honor it, even in a family movie. Sword Art Online proves that borrowing myth without understanding it just leaves you with empty references. One treats mythology as a living foundation. The other treats it like a coat of paint. And that's why one feels meaningful while the other feels completely hollow. Another big difference is intention. Moana uses mythology to preserve meaning. Even when it simplifies or adapts stories, it's trying to pass something on. It wants the audience to feel why these myths mattered and how they shaped the people who told them. Sword Art Online doesn't try to pass anything on. It doesn't care where the myths came from or what they were meant to teach. Mythology gets reduced to branding. A cool name, a stronger attack, a bigger threat. There's no sense of tradition or belief behind it. In Moana, myth guides the journey. It explains why the ocean matters, why the land matters, and why balance has to be restored. In Sword Art Online, myth just decorates the setting. It never affects how characters think or grow. It never changes the story's direction. That's why Moana feels respectful even when it takes creative freedom. Sword Art Online feels careless even when it borrows famous myths. One understands that mythology is about meaning passed through time. The other treats it like a shortcut to sounding deep without doing the work. And then there's the game design, which is honestly one of the worst parts of Sword Art Online. The show wants you to believe this is a real, dangerous game world, but nothing about it works like an actual game. The rules are vague and change whenever the story needs Kirito to win. Systems appear out of nowhere. Skills unlock at the perfect moment. Mechanics that should matter get ignored, and balance doesn't exist at all. It isn't a game. It's a backdrop that bends to the main character. There's no real strategy, no learning curve, no sense that other players are figuring things out in smart ways. Kirito just knows things. He's stronger, faster, and better because the story says so. That kills any tension a game setting should have. Good game design creates limits. It forces players to adapt. Sword Art Online avoids limits because limits would slow down the power fantasy. As a result, the world feels fake, weightless, and boring. If this were a real game, nobody would play it. It's unbalanced, poorly explained, and built entirely around one player being special. And when your story is about being trapped in a game, bad game design isn't a small flaw. It breaks the entire premise. The lack of consequences makes the game design even worse. People are supposed to be trapped in a world where death matters, yet the game keeps finding ways to soften that idea. Safe zones, broken mechanics, and sudden loopholes remove any real fear. When danger is everywhere but never felt, the premise collapses. Classes barely matter. Builds barely matter. Teamwork barely matters. In a real multiplayer game, those things are the entire point. In Sword Art Online, they exist only until Kirito needs to ignore them. Other players feel pointless because the system isn't built for shared problem solving. It's built to spotlight one character. Even progression feels fake. Levels, skills, and gear are supposed to represent time, effort, and learning. Here they just appear. There's no sense of grind, planning, or trade-offs. Everything is fast, convenient, and tailored to make the main character look impressive instead of making the world feel real. A good game world creates stories naturally through its systems. Sword Art Online has no systems worth trusting, so the story has to force everything. That's why the game never feels alive. It's not a world. It's a stage dressed up to look like one. It also completely ignores how players actually behave. In a real high-stakes game, people would test systems, break mechanics, share info, and adapt together. In Sword Art Online, most players just stand around waiting to be saved or killed. Nobody experiments in smart ways unless the plot needs it. The economy makes no sense either. Items, gear, and money exist, but they never matter in a consistent way. There's no scarcity you can track. No real trade-offs. Rare items appear when the story wants drama and disappear when they'd cause problems. That's not world building. That's patching holes. Even the idea of a death game gets wasted. If death is permanent, every choice should feel heavy. Instead, fights feel routine. Bosses become spectacles instead of problems to solve. The fear should shape every action, but the game never enforces that fear through its systems. That's the core. Failure. Sword Art Online wants the emotional weight of a brutal game without designing a game that could actually carry that weight. Without solid rules, limits, and consequences, nothing matters. And once the game doesn't matter, the entire story loses its foundation. Additionally, here's a comparison between the Moana movie and Polynesian mythology, looking at how the film adapts traditional stories, beliefs, and symbols into a modern animated narrative. This section explores where the movie stays close to mythological ideas, where it takes creative freedom, and how those choices change the meaning of the original stories. Rather than treating mythology as simple inspiration, the comparison focuses on how cultural values, identity, and balance are translated from ancient myths into Moana's journey, showing both the strengths of the adaptation and the gaps between myth and movie.
Disney's Moana introduced millions of people to Polynesian mythology. But how much of the movie is actually accurate? In this video, we're diving into the real mythology behind Moana to see what Disney got right, what they changed, and the fascinating legends that inspired one of Disney's biggest movies. It's explained that in the beginning, there was only ocean, setting up the movie's creation story and the importance of the sea throughout the film. However, traditional Polynesian mythology is often much more complex. Across Polynesia, there isn't a single creation myth shared by every island culture. Many traditions begin with a state of darkness, emptiness, or a formless void that existed before the world was created. One of the best-known examples comes from Maori mythology, where the Sky Father, Ranginui, and the Earth Mother, Papatuanuku, were locked together in a tight embrace. Their children were trapped in the darkness between them, unable to see the world around them. Wanting space, light, and life to exist, the children decided their parents had to be separated. After several attempts, the god Tane pushed his parents apart, lifting the sky high above the earth. As light flooded into the world for the first time, the heavens, the land, and all living things began to take shape. In this version of the creation story, the world emerges not from an endless ocean, but from the separation of primordial beings. The separation didn't just create the world, it also created an eternal tragedy. Ranginui and Papatuanuku never wanted to be separated. They loved each other deeply and longed to be reunited. The myth says that Ranginui's sorrow can still be seen today. Every time rain falls from the sky, it's said to be him weeping for Papatuanuku, his tears falling down upon the earth as he mourns the loss of his beloved companion. No matter how much time passes, he continues to cry because he can never again embrace her as he once did. In some versions of the story, Papatuanuku mourns as well. The morning mists that rise from the earth are said to be her sighs and breaths reaching upward, expressing her own longing for the husband from whom she was separated. Even though the two can no longer touch, they continue to reach for one another through rain and mist. This gives the myth a surprisingly emotional dimension. Rather than simply explaining how the sky and earth came to be separated, it also provides a poetic explanation for natural phenomena. Rain becomes the tears of a grieving sky, while mist becomes the earth's response, creating a beautiful image of two ancient beings forever trying to reunite despite being kept apart. It's one of the most touching stories in Polynesian mythology and reflects a theme found throughout many myths around the world, that even the creation of the world came with sacrifice, loss, and consequences that can still be felt today. Interestingly, the concept of an endless ocean existing before the creation of the world is much closer to ancient Egyptian mythology. According to Egyptian beliefs, before the world existed, there was only a boundless expanse of dark, chaotic waters stretching in every direction. There was no land, no sky, and no life, only this primordial ocean. From these waters, the first mound of land eventually emerged, allowing creation to begin and the gods to enter the world. We're introduced to Tefiti, the goddess who creates and nurtures life across the islands of the Pacific. According to the movie, she possesses a powerful heart that allows her to bring life wherever she chooses, making her one of the most important figures in the story. Te Fiti isn't a figure from traditional Polynesian mythology. She was created specifically for the movie and isn't directly based on any pre-existing Polynesian goddess or deity. Instead, the character appears to draw inspiration from several themes found throughout Polynesian cultures, including the deep connection between the land, nature, creation, and the life-giving forces of the earth. While Te Fiti herself doesn't appear in traditional myths, she was designed to reflect ideas that are common throughout Polynesian storytelling, allowing Disney to create a new character that felt connected to the region's cultural traditions while still serving the needs of the movie's original story. The heart of Te Fiti isn't taken from any specific Polynesian myth. Disney created it for the movie, though its role as a source of life and spiritual power may have been inspired by Polynesian concepts like Moana, the sacred force believed to exist within gods, people, and even objects. While the magical stone itself isn't mythological, the ideas behind it have roots in Polynesian culture and belief. The event that sets the entire story in motion is Maui stealing the heart of Te Fiti. In the movie, he takes the heart, but the theft unleashes a disaster that spreads across the ocean. While Maui is a genuine figure from Polynesian mythology, this particular story is entirely fictional. Since both Te Fiti and her magical heart were created specifically for the movie, there's no traditional Polynesian myth in which Maui steals the heart of Te Fiti or causes the events that follow. The idea of Maui taking something powerful from the gods isn't completely out of character. In many Polynesian legends, Maui is a clever trickster who often bends the rules, challenges powerful beings, and uses his wit to obtain things that benefit humanity. So while the theft of Te Fiti's heart never occurred in mythology, Disney's portrayal of Maui as a bold and sometimes reckless demigod does capture an important part of his legendary character. Maui is said to be the demigod of the wind and sea. However, this title doesn't come from traditional Polynesian mythology. In the original legends, Maui isn't portrayed as a demigod who rules over a specific domain like the ocean, the wind, or the sky. Instead, his fame comes from the incredible feats he accomplishes. Because so many of his adventures involve the natural world, it's easy to see why Disney associated him with the wind and sea. But in the traditional myths, Maui's power comes less from ruling over nature and more from his cleverness, courage, and supernatural abilities. He's a hero who challenges the forces of nature and often changes the world through his actions. One detail that Disney got surprisingly right is Maui's ability to shapeshift. In traditional Polynesian mythology, Maui is often described as possessing magical powers that allow him to transform into different animals. Some stories even feature him using these abilities during his most famous adventures. Maui's magical fishhook comes directly from Polynesian mythology and is one of the hero's most iconic possessions. In many traditions, the hook is said to have been fashioned from the jawbone of his grandmother, giving it immense supernatural power. Armed with this legendary weapon, Maui performs some of his greatest feats. In Maori mythology, he uses the hook to catch a gigantic fish that becomes New Zealand's North Island. That said, Disney gave the fishhook a much larger role than it has in most traditional stories. In the movie, the hook is the source of Maui's shape-shifting powers, while in mythology it's usually a powerful magical tool rather than the key to all of his abilities. Maui's influence extends beyond mythology and into the geography of the Pacific. He shares his name with Maui, the second largest island in Hawaii. It might seem obvious that the island was named directly after the legendary demigod, especially considering how important Maui is in Polynesian tradition. However, the island wasn't named after the mythological Maui himself. Instead, it was named after a chief named Maui, who was the son of the navigator and explorer Hawaii Iloa, a figure credited in some Hawaiian traditions with discovering and settling the Hawaiian Islands. That doesn't mean the connection to mythology disappears, though. The chief Maui was himself named after the legendary hero, meaning the island's name can still ultimately be traced back to the famous demigod. In a sense, the island was named after a man who was named after a mythological figure. As a result, having one of Hawaii's most famous islands bear his name feels entirely appropriate, even if the naming tradition is a bit more indirect. It's a fascinating example of how mythology, history, and geography often become intertwined. Over time, the names of legendary figures can pass from gods and heroes to real people, and then from those people to the places we know today. Here's an interesting fact. Unlike many names in Polynesian mythology, the meaning of the name Maui is uncertain. Scholars have proposed several possible origins, but there's no universally accepted translation. Because Maui is such an ancient figure, whose stories spread across Polynesia over many centuries, the original meaning of his name may have been lost to time. Disney considered making the film about Maui himself and the many legendary feats attributed to him in Polynesian mythology. However, after several research trips to the Pacific Islands and conversations with cultural experts, storytellers, and local communities, the filmmakers shifted their focus. They became fascinated by Polynesia's rich voyaging traditions and the deep relationship between its people and the ocean. This led to the creation of Moana, an original character whose journey could serve as a gateway into Polynesian culture and mythology, while still allowing Maui to play a major role in the story. Maui is voiced by Dwayne Johnson, who was chosen because of his Polynesian heritage. Johnson's mother is of Samoan descent, making him one of several cast members with connections to the cultures that inspired the film. The vast majority of the movie's principal cast is made up of actors of Polynesian descent, a decision that helped bring greater authenticity to the characters and setting. Disney also worked closely with cultural advisors from across Polynesia throughout the film's development to ensure that the perspectives represented on screen reflected the cultures that inspired the story. This isn't Johnson's first time playing a figure from mythology. He starred as the title character in the 2014 film Hercules, which was loosely inspired by the legendary hero of Greek mythology. While that version of Hercules took significant creative liberties with the original myths, it marked another occasion where Johnson portrayed a hero known for extraordinary strength and legendary feats. Maui is portrayed as a large, powerful man with long hair and tattoos covering nearly his entire body. Since Polynesian myths rarely describe Maui's appearance in detail, there's no definitive way to know exactly what he was supposed to look like. Some elements of Disney's design are rooted in Polynesian culture. The extensive tattoos reflect a long tradition of Polynesian tattooing, where body art could represent a person's ancestry, achievements, and identity. His long hair is also consistent with how many Polynesian figures have been depicted throughout history. While Disney's version captures the idea of Maui as a powerful, larger-than-life hero, it shouldn't be viewed as a literal representation of how he appeared in traditional mythology. While many viewers embraced Disney's interpretation of Maui, the character's design also sparked some criticism from people across the Pacific Islands. One of the main concerns centered on his large body size. Some critics argued that portraying Maui as an extremely broad and heavy-set character risked reinforcing long-standing stereotypes about Polynesian men being obese. Because these stereotypes have often been used to caricature Pacific Islanders in popular media, some felt that Disney's depiction could unintentionally contribute to those perceptions, especially for audiences unfamiliar with Polynesian cultures. At the same time, not everyone agreed with the criticism. Other Polynesians viewed Maui's powerful build as an appropriate way to portray a larger-than-life demigod. They argued that his size conveyed strength, authority, and physical power rather than serving as a stereotype. As a result, Maui's design became one of the most widely discussed aspects of the movie, highlighting the challenges of adapting important cultural figures for a global audience. Debates over Maui's appearance showed that questions of representation can be just as complex as the myths themselves. After Maui steals the heart of Te Fiti, the goddess begins to crumble and a dark force starts spreading across the ocean. The disaster gives rise to Te Ka, the fiery volcanic monster who serves as the movie's main antagonist. However, none of these events come from traditional Polynesian mythology. Since Te Fiti herself was created specifically for the movie, there's no original myth in which she loses her heart, transforms into Te Ka, or unleashes a darkness that spreads across the world. The story does draw on themes that are common throughout Polynesian traditions. Many Polynesian cultures emphasize the close relationship between humanity, nature, and the spiritual world. Actions that disrupt the natural or sacred order can have serious consequences, and balance between people, the environment, and the divine is often an important theme in traditional stories. Disney appears to have taken these broader ideas and built an entirely new narrative around them. Although Te Ka is an original character created for the movie, many people have noted similarities between her and the Hawaiian goddess Pele. In Hawaiian religion and mythology, Pele is one of the most important deities and is associated with volcanoes, fire, lightning, and powerful natural forces. She's often described as both a creator and a destroyer, capable of bringing devastation through volcanic eruptions while also creating new land as lava cools and forms fresh islands. This connection is especially apparent in Te Ka's appearance. Like Pele, Te Ka is closely linked to volcanic activity, and her body is made of molten rock and lava. Both figures embody the immense power of the earth and the destructive force of volcanic eruptions, which have played a major role in shaping many Pacific islands throughout history. However, Te Ka shouldn't be viewed as a direct adaptation of Pele. In mythology, Pele is a complex and respected goddess with her own extensive body of stories. She's not a monster, nor is she a corrupted form of another deity. The plot of the movie, in which Te Ka is eventually revealed to be Te Fiti transformed by the loss of her heart, has no equivalent in mythology. Disney appears to have drawn inspiration from some of the imagery and themes associated with Pele, while creating an entirely new character. As a result, Te Ka is best understood as an original Disney creation that borrows certain characteristics from one of Polynesia's most famous volcanic deities, rather than a direct representation of the goddess herself. Te Ka wasn't always the name planned for the character. During the movie's development, Disney considered calling her Tepo, a name that appears to have been inspired by Hinenui Tepo, one of the most important figures in Maori mythology. Hinenui-Tepo, whose name roughly translates to Great Woman of the Night, is the powerful goddess associated with death, the underworld, and the realm that souls enter after life. She plays a major role in one of the most famous Maui myths, his attempt to defeat death itself. According to Maori mythology, Maui believed that mortality was humanity's greatest weakness and set out to overcome it. If he succeeded, humans would no longer die and could live forever. To accomplish this seemingly impossible task, Maui devised a dangerous plan involving Hinenui-Tepo. He gathered several birds to accompany him and explained that he would enter the sleeping goddess's body through one end and emerge through her mouth. If he could complete this journey without waking her, he believed he would reverse the power of death and grant immortality to all humankind. As Hinenui-Tepo slept, Maui transformed himself into a small creature, often described in many versions of the myth as a lizard, and began making his way into the goddess. The birds watched silently as the fate of humanity hung in the balance. However, one of the birds, unable to contain its amusement at the strange sight, burst out laughing. The noise woke Hinenui-Tepo before Maui could complete his task. Realizing what he was attempting, the goddess closed her obsidian teeth around him and crushed him to death. With Maui's death, his quest to conquer mortality came to an end. Humanity lost its chance at immortality, and death remained a permanent part of the human condition. In many interpretations, this story explains why all people must eventually die, no matter how powerful or clever they may be. The myth is also significant because it marks the end of Maui's legendary adventures. Throughout his life, he had accomplished extraordinary feats, from slowing the sun to fishing islands from the sea. Yet despite all his power and ingenuity, even Maui couldn't overcome death. The story serves as a reminder that there are limits to what even the greatest heroes can achieve, and that mortality is an inescapable part of life. It's understandable why Disney chose not to include this particular story. While it's one of the most important stories about Maui, a scene involving Maui crawling inside a sleeping goddess and being fatally crushed wouldn't have fit the tone of a family-friendly animated film. That's the delicate balance filmmakers have to strike when adapting mythology. Many ancient myths are strange, bizarre, or surprisingly dark by modern standards. Stories that were once used to explain death, nature, or the origins of the world often contain violence, deception, gruesome imagery, and other elements that wouldn't be appropriate for a family film. Filmmakers have to decide which parts of a myth to keep, which parts to change, and which parts to leave out entirely. The challenge is creating a story that remains recognizable and respectful to the source material, while also appealing to modern audiences. Disney borrowed many ideas from Polynesian mythology, but often softened or reimagined them. The connection between Tepo and Hinenui-Tepo is particularly interesting because both are associated with darkness. In Maori tradition, the word po means night, and can also refer to darkness and the spiritual realm. This would have made Tepo a fitting name for the dark force opposing the heroes in the movie. However, Disney ultimately abandoned the name during production. As a result, while traces of Maori mythology may have influenced some early concepts for the character, Teka herself isn't based directly on Hinenui-Tepo, and the final version of the movie contains little resemblance to the goddess beyond the general theme of darkness. In the movie, Teka is described as a powerful demon of earth and fire, a destructive force capable of reshaping the landscape and spreading chaos wherever she goes. However, this idea has no direct equivalent in traditional Polynesian mythology. Polynesian traditions generally don't have a single category of supernatural beings known as demons. Instead, they feature a diverse range of gods, spirits, monsters, and legendary creatures, each with their own unique roles and stories. While some of these beings can be dangerous or destructive, they're not usually viewed as demonic in the way modern audiences might understand the term. Volcanic activity and fire are typically associated with deities rather than demonic entities. As a result, Teka's role as a fiery demon is largely a Disney invention. The character draws inspiration from real Polynesian beliefs about the immense power of volcanoes and the natural world, but her identity as a lava monster and demon of earth and fire was created specifically for the movie rather than adapted from an existing myth. Teka's name reflects her fiery nature, though. The name is commonly translated as the Burning One in Maori, which is a fitting description for a character made of lava and living fire. What's especially clever is that the name doesn't just describe the character herself. It also ties into the movie's larger themes of creation and destruction. Volcanoes can be incredibly destructive, but they also create new land. This mirrors Teka's true identity as Tefiti, the goddess of creation. Although the two appear to be complete opposites, they're ultimately different sides of the same being. A massive battle erupts in the middle of the ocean between Maui and Teka. Despite all of his power, Maui is quickly overwhelmed. Teka strikes him from the sky. Both the magical fishhook and the heart of Tefiti are lost to the sea, while Maui himself disappears, not to be seen again. This dramatic sequence serves as the catalyst for the entire story, but it has no basis in traditional Polynesian mythology. Since Taka and the Heart of Te Fiti were both created specifically for the movie, there's no myth in which Maui battles a volcanic monster, loses his magical fishhook in combat, or vanishes after being defeated. 1,000 years after Maui stole the Heart of Te Fiti, the movie shows a growing darkness spreading across the Pacific. As the corruption expands from island to island, plants begin to die, fish become scarce, and once thriving communities struggle to survive. The spreading corruption also reinforces one of the movie's major themes, the idea that disrupting the natural order can have far-reaching consequences for both people and the environment. However, this entire storyline is an original creation for the movie. Because Te Fiti, Teka, and the Heart of Te Fiti don't exist in traditional Polynesian mythology, there's no corresponding myth in which a supernatural darkness spreads across the ocean, draining life from island after island. The concept was likely inspired by real themes found throughout Polynesian cultures. Many Polynesian traditions emphasize the deep connection between humans, nature, and the spiritual world. The health of the land and sea is often seen as closely tied to maintaining balance and harmony. While there's no ancient legend about a magical blight consuming the Pacific, stories throughout Polynesia frequently stress the consequences of upsetting the natural or sacred order. The long pause in exploration and ocean voyaging is actually inspired by a real event in Polynesian history known as the Long Pause. Archaeological evidence suggests that after Polynesian peoples rapidly expanded across parts of the Pacific, there was a period lasting roughly 1,000 years, during which large-scale exploration and settlement slowed dramatically. During this time, voyagers continued to travel between islands they had already settled, but the expansion into new and distant regions was largely stalled. What's particularly fascinating is that historians and archaeologists still aren't completely sure why this happened. Unlike the movie, there's no legendary curse, spreading darkness, or stolen magical artifact to explain it. Researchers have proposed a number of possible theories. Some believe changing wind patterns or ocean currents may have made long-distance voyages more difficult. Others suggest that early settlers may have focused on establishing stable communities on newly discovered islands before continuing further exploration. It's also possible that a combination of environmental, technological, social, and cultural factors contributed to the slowdown. Eventually, however, Polynesian voyagers resumed their remarkable journeys across the Pacific. During this later period of exploration, they ventured farther than almost any other seafaring people in history, navigating vast stretches of open ocean without maps, compasses, or modern instruments. Guided by the stars, ocean swells, winds, clouds, and the movements of birds, they successfully settled some of the most remote islands on Earth, including Hawaii, Rapa Nui, better known as Easter Island, and New Zealand. These voyages covered thousands of miles across the Pacific. The ancestors of the Polynesians reached and settled these distant islands centuries before Europeans arrived, demonstrating an extraordinary knowledge of the sea and the natural world. These achievements remain among the greatest feats of navigation in human history, accomplished without compasses, maps, or modern instruments. So, while the movie's explanation is entirely fictional, the idea of a millennia-long interruption in exploration is rooted in a genuine historical mystery. It's a great example of how the movie blends mythology with history, drawing inspiration not only from ancient legends but also from real events and traditions. Moments like this show that the filmmakers did far more than simply borrow a few mythological names. They took the time to research the cultures, history, and seafaring achievements that inspired the film. In a way, Moana's journey can be seen as a symbolic rediscovery of the voyaging traditions that made Polynesian expansion across the Pacific possible in the first place. The storyteller is Gramatala, Moana's grandmother, and one of the film's most important mentors. However, despite her importance to the story, she isn't a character from traditional Polynesian mythology, and she was created specifically for the movie. That said, her name has a fitting connection to Polynesian culture. In Samoan, the word tala means story, tale, or narrative. Considering that she serves as the keeper of her people's history and the person responsible for sharing the film's opening legend, the name couldn't be more appropriate. In many Polynesian cultures, storytelling has played a vital role for centuries. Before written records became common, history, genealogy, myths, and cultural traditions were preserved through oral storytelling and passed down from one generation to the next. Elders often served as the guardians of this knowledge, teaching younger generations about their ancestors, their heritage, and the stories that shaped their communities. This wasn't unique to Polynesia. Ancient Greek myths, Norse legends, Egyptian creation stories, and countless other mythological traditions were all passed down through storytelling before they were eventually written down. While details often changed over time, these stories survived because people continued to tell them, ensuring that the gods, heroes, and lessons they contained were never forgotten. Because of this, while Gramatala isn't based on a specific mythological figure, she represents something very real within Polynesian culture, the respected elder who preserves and passes on traditional knowledge. In many ways, she's less a character from mythology and more a tribute to the generations of storytellers who helped keep Polynesian history and legends alive. Interestingly, the name Tala has a mythological connection outside of Polynesia. In Philippine mythology, Tala is the goddess of the morning and evening star, and her name is often interpreted as meaning bright star. She's one of the most revered deities in Tagalog mythology and is associated with light, guidance, and the stars that illuminate the night sky. According to some traditions, Tala was the daughter of the supreme god Bathala and was known for helping travelers find their way through darkness. By shining brightly in the heavens, she served as a guide for those journeying at night, making her an important symbol of direction, hope, and safe passage. While Disney has never stated that Gramatala was based on this goddess, the connection is certainly an interesting one. Much like the mythological Tala guided travelers with her light, Gramatala helps guide Moana throughout the film. She encourages her to follow her calling, helps her discover her people's forgotten history, and ultimately points her toward the path she was meant to take. Moana isn't a figure from traditional Polynesian mythology. She was created specifically for Disney's film and doesn't appear in any known ancient legends or oral traditions. There's no myth about a young wayfinder named Moana who set sail to restore the heart of a goddess. However, the character was heavily inspired by real Polynesian culture and history. Although Moana is an original character created for the film, her name has real Polynesian roots. In several Polynesian languages, including Maori and Hawaiian, the word Moana means ocean or deep sea. Given the character's strong connection to the ocean and her destiny as a voyager, the name is a fitting choice. While Moana herself doesn't come from mythology, her name reflects the importance of the sea in Polynesian culture, history, and storytelling. Here's a fun fact about the movie's release. In Italy, Moana wasn't released under its original title. Instead, Disney renamed the film Oceania to avoid confusion with Moana Pozzi, a famous Italian adult film actress, television personality, and cultural figure who was widely known throughout the country. Because Moana Pozzi was such a recognizable public figure in Italy, Disney was concerned that using the name Moana could lead to unintended associations or confusion among audiences. As a result, the company decided not only to change the title of the film, but also the name of the main character. In the Italian version, Moana is called Vaiana instead. What's particularly interesting is that this change was reportedly made very late in the production and localization process. Since the character's name is spoken throughout the movie, many of the voice actors had to return to the studio and re-record their lines, so every mention of Moana could be replaced with Vaiana. Songs, dialogue, and promotional materials all had to be updated to match the new name. As a result, Italian audiences experienced a slightly different version of the film than viewers in most other countries. While the story remained exactly the same, the heroine known around the world as Moana became Vaiana, and the movie itself was released under the title Oceania. It's one of Disney's most unusual localization changes and shows how cultural differences can sometimes influence even the title of a major blockbuster. And the confusion doesn't stop there. In 2009, an Italian TV miniseries titled Moana was released about the life of Moana Pozzi. Given how well known she was in Italy, it's easy to see why Disney wanted to avoid having two completely different pieces of media sharing the same name. Let's just say Disney probably didn't want parents searching for Moana and accidentally finding something very different from the animated fantasy adventure movie they were planning to watch with their kids. Renaming the movie to Oceania and changing the heroine's name to Vaiana helped to make sure there was no mix-up. The replacement name, Vaiana, wasn't chosen at random. The name comes from Polynesian languages and is often interpreted as meaning water from the cave or fresh water. This allowed Disney to preserve the character's strong connection to water, while avoiding the associations that the name Moana carried in Italy. In many cultures, fresh water is a symbol of life, renewal, and survival. Because of this, the name Vaiana still fits the character remarkably well, even though it wasn't the original choice. While Moana means ocean and emphasizes the vast sea that calls her beyond the reef, Vaiana shifts the focus slightly toward fresh water and life-giving sources of water. Both names maintain an important connection to the natural world, making Vaiana a fitting alternative for the heroine. So although Italian audiences know the character by a different name, Disney made sure the replacement still reflected the themes of water, nature, and exploration that are central to the story. And that concludes part 1. But we're only just getting started. We've barely scratched the surface of everything Moana has to offer. As the story continues, we'll dive deeper into Polynesian mythology, exploring the real legends behind some of the movie's most memorable characters and moments. In the next part, we'll continue following the movie scene by scene. So if you enjoyed this deep dive into the mythology behind Moana, be sure to stay tuned for part 2. Some of the most fascinating stories are still ahead of us.
Moana's surname, Waialaki, appears to have been inspired by words found in Hawaiian and other Polynesian languages. The element Wai means water in Hawaiian, while Alii, often rendered as Ariki or Aliki in other Polynesian languages, refers to a chief, noble, or member of the ruling class. When these elements are considered together, The name can be interpreted as something similar to royal water, chiefly water, or water of the chiefs. While Disney has never provided an official translation, the meaning fits the character remarkably well. Water is at the heart of Moana's identity. The ocean guides her journey, shapes her destiny, and serves as her strongest connection to the world beyond her island. At the same time, she's the daughter of Chief Tue and is destined to become the leader of her people. Because of this, the name Waialiki seems to reflect the two defining aspects of her character, her bond with the ocean and her connection to leadership. Whether intentional or not, it's a clever choice that ties together the themes of water, heritage, and responsibility that play such an important role throughout the film. Like many elements of the movie, the name isn't taken directly from mythology, but it draws inspiration from Polynesian languages and cultural traditions to create something that feels authentic to the world of the story. Moana's father, Chief Tue, isn't a figure from traditional Polynesian mythology. Like Moana and Gramatala, he was created specifically for the film rather than being adapted from an existing legend or historical tradition. Even so, the character is firmly rooted in real Polynesian culture. Across Polynesia, chiefs played a vital role in their communities. They were responsible for leadership, decision-making, maintaining social order, and preserving important traditions. A chief's duty was not only to guide their people but also to ensure the welfare and prosperity of the community as a whole. Chief Tue reflects many of these responsibilities throughout the film. Nearly every decision he makes is motivated by a desire to protect his people and keep them safe. Even when he disagrees with Moana's desire to explore beyond the reef, his concerns come from a sense of responsibility rather than selfishness. As the island's leader, he believes his first duty is to safeguard the community that depends on him. While he doesn't have a direct counterpart in mythology, his role helps ground the story in the leadership traditions that existed throughout many Polynesian societies. The filmmakers also included subtle details that reinforce his status. One of the most notable is the necklace he wears, which appears to be made from whale teeth. In many Polynesian cultures, whale teeth were highly prized and carried significant prestige. Because whales were both powerful and relatively rare, their teeth became valuable symbols of status, authority, and wealth. In some Polynesian societies, whale tooth ornaments were closely associated with chiefs, nobles, and other members of the elite. Owning or wearing them could signify high rank and social importance. By giving Chief Tue a whale tooth necklace, the filmmakers communicate his position visually without needing to explain it through dialogue. It's a small detail, but one that reflects the effort Disney made to incorporate authentic cultural elements into the film's character designs. Moments like this are a good example of how the movie blends fiction with real Polynesian traditions. While Chief Tue himself is an original character, many of the details surrounding him draw inspiration from the cultures that helped shape the story. One subtle detail that many viewers may miss can be found in Chief Tue's tattoos. The markings on his abdomen are modeled after the traditional tattoos worn by Peter Fanine Maivia, Dwayne Johnson's maternal grandfather. Often known as High Chief Peter Maivia, he was a legendary professional wrestler of Samoan heritage, whose tattoos reflected his Polynesian ancestry, family lineage, and cultural identity. Long before Polynesian tattoos became widely recognized by global audiences, Maivia proudly displayed these traditional designs as a visible connection to his heritage. By incorporating his tattoos into Chief Tue's character design, the filmmakers included a small but meaningful tribute to Johnson's family history. Since Johnson would go on to voice Maui, the reference also created an additional connection between the film and the actor's own Polynesian roots. The detail serves a larger purpose as well. Throughout Polynesia, tattoos have traditionally been far more than decoration. They often communicate a person's ancestry, achievements, social status, and place within the community. Every pattern can carry meaning, transforming the body into a visual record of identity and heritage. Including authentic tattoo designs helped make the world of the movie feel more culturally grounded while honoring traditions that have existed across the Pacific for centuries. It's a detail that many viewers never notice, but it reflects the level of care that went into the film's production. Rather than inventing every aspect of the characters from scratch, the filmmakers often look to real Polynesian cultural practices for inspiration. In this case, that inspiration came from a respected Samoan cultural tradition and from a man whose legacy continues to be closely connected to both Polynesian culture and the Johnson family. Moreover, Johnson has stated in interviews that the design team also looked at photographs of his grandfather when developing Maui's appearance. This influence can be seen in several aspects of the character, including Maui's powerful build, facial features, expressive eyes, and overall presence. The filmmakers wanted Maui to feel larger than life while still reflecting authentic Polynesian influences, and Peter Maivia provided a natural source of inspiration. As a celebrated wrestler, community leader, and cultural figure, Maivia possessed the kind of charisma and physical presence that fit a legendary hero like Maui. Johnson has spoken proudly about this connection, noting that incorporating elements of his grandfather into the character helped make the role especially meaningful to him. Rather than creating Maui solely from artistic imagination, the filmmakers drew on the image of a real Polynesian figure whose life embodied strength, leadership, and cultural pride. The decision also added an extra layer of authenticity to the film. While Maui is a mythological character whose appearance was never described in detail by traditional stories, basing portions of his design on a prominent Samoan figure helped root Disney's interpretation in real Polynesian heritage. In a sense, Peter Maivia's influence can be found throughout the movie. His traditional tattoos inspired elements of Chief Tue's design, while his appearance helped shape Disney's version of Maui. Combined with Johnson's performance, these choices created a lasting tribute to a man whose legacy continues to resonate both within his family and throughout Polynesian culture. The story takes place on the island of Motunui, a location created specifically for the movie. Unlike figures such as Maui, Motunui isn't drawn from traditional Polynesian mythology, nor is it based on a specific historical island. Instead, Disney invented the setting as a fictional home for the story. This decision was intentional. Polynesia encompasses a vast region of the Pacific containing many distinct cultures, languages, and traditions. Had the filmmakers set the story on a real island, audiences might have assumed the film was intended to represent that particular culture alone. By creating a fictional island, Disney gave itself the flexibility to draw inspiration from across the Polynesian world without tying the story exclusively to any one location. As a result, Motunui functions as a cultural blend rather than a direct representation of a specific place. The island's architecture, clothing, artwork, navigation practices, music, and social customs all reflect influences from various Polynesian cultures, including those of Hawaii, Samoa, Tonga, Tahiti, New Zealand, and other island communities throughout the Pacific. This approach allowed the filmmakers to highlight traditions that are shared across Polynesia while also paying tribute to the region's remarkable cultural diversity. Rather than attempting to recreate a single society, Motunui serves as a broader celebration of Polynesian heritage. Even the island's name reflects Polynesian linguistic influences. In several Polynesian languages, Motu means island, while Nui means large or great. Taken together, Motunui can be interpreted as something like large island or great island, a fitting name for the community at the center of the story. In many ways, Motunui acts as a symbolic island. It isn't meant to be found on a map. Instead, it represents the spirit of Polynesia itself, drawing together elements from many cultures into a single setting. Through Motunui, the film celebrates the traditions, history, and seafaring achievements that connect Polynesian peoples across thousands of miles of ocean. That's one of the reasons Moana feels unique among Disney films. While the island itself is fictional, much of what audiences see on Motunui is rooted in real cultural traditions, allowing the movie to honor Polynesian heritage while telling an original story. Although the island is fictional, its name comes from real Polynesian language roots, helping give the setting a sense of authenticity while reinforcing its importance as the home of Moana and her people. Interestingly, Motunui is also the name of a real settlement located in the Taranaki region of New Zealand's North Island. Despite sharing the same name, however, there is no known connection between the real-world community and the island. Depicted in the film, Disney's Motunui was created as an entirely fictional setting inspired by cultures from across Polynesia rather than any specific island or village. The filmmakers designed it to serve as a cultural crossroads, incorporating influences from multiple Polynesian traditions instead of representing a single location. Because of this, the shared name appears to be little more than a coincidence. In the context of the movie, Motunui functions as a symbolic island, one that represents the broader Polynesian world rather than any particular place that exists on a map. The name may also sound familiar to some viewers for another reason. Fans of the Bionicle franchise may notice that Motunui bears a striking resemblance to Mata Nui, the giant island and central deity featured throughout much of the series' mythology. Given that both Moana and Bionicle draw heavily from Polynesian-inspired names and themes, it's easy to wonder whether there might be a connection. As far as anyone knows, there isn't. The similarity appears to be purely coincidental. Both names draw inspiration from Polynesian languages and naming conventions, which naturally results in similar sounds and structures. Words such as motu, mata, and nui are found throughout Polynesian languages. So it's not surprising that different creators working independently would arrive at names that sound somewhat alike. Still, it's an interesting coincidence. For some viewers, hearing the name Motunui may bring back memories of Bionicle, even though the two fictional worlds are completely unrelated. It's a small reminder of how influential Polynesian languages and culture have been on popular media, inspiring everything from Disney animated films to one of LEGO's most successful original franchises. One of the most important elements of the movie is the idea that the ocean itself chooses Moana and entrusts her with the task of returning the heart of Te Whiti. Throughout the film, the ocean acts almost like a character of its own, guiding Moana, protecting her from danger, and nudging her toward her destiny. However, this storyline doesn't come from traditional Polynesian mythology. There's no known Polynesian myth in which a sentient ocean selects a young hero to restore the heart of a goddess, nor are there traditional stories where the sea behaves exactly as it does in the movie. The entire narrative involving the ocean choosing Moana was created specifically for Disney's original story. That said, the concept didn't emerge from nowhere. The ocean occupied a central place in virtually every Polynesian culture. It was the highway that connected distant islands, the source of food that sustained communities, and the pathway that allowed Polynesian navigators to explore one of the largest regions on Earth. For countless generations, the sea shaped nearly every aspect of daily life. Because of this, the ocean also held deep spiritual significance. Throughout Polynesian mythology, the sea is frequently associated with powerful gods, ancestral spirits, and supernatural forces. Many stories feature deities who control the ocean, influence the weather, or interact with sailors and voyagers. While the ocean itself isn't typically portrayed as a conscious being with a personality of its own, it is often treated as a sacred and powerful force deserving of respect. Disney appears to have taken these ideas and transformed them into something more accessible for a modern family audience. Rather than depicting the ocean as the domain of various gods and spirits, the filmmakers personified the sea itself, turning it into a friendly and helpful force that actively participates in the story. This allowed the ocean to become both a guide and a companion for Moana while reinforcing the film's themes of destiny, exploration, and connection to nature. In many ways, the sentient ocean serves as a symbolic representation of Polynesia's relationship with the sea. The ocean isn't merely a backdrop for the adventure. It's an active presence that calls Moana beyond the reef, supports her journey, and ultimately helps her fulfill her destiny. So while there may not be an ancient myth about an ocean choosing a hero, the idea reflects something very real. For Polynesian peoples, the sea has always been far more than a body of water. It has been a source of life, a pathway between worlds, and an essential part of cultural identity. Disney transformed that relationship into a magical character, creating one of the film's most memorable and original elements. Unlike many of the supernatural elements in the movie, coconuts aren't mythological at all. They're real plants that have played an essential role throughout Polynesia for centuries. In many island communities, coconuts provided food, drinking water, cooking oil, fiber for rope and textiles, and materials for tools, containers, and construction. Because of their versatility, Coconut palms are sometimes referred to as the tree of life. While coconuts themselves are very real, they do appear in several Polynesian myths that attempt to explain their origin. One of the most famous is the Samoan legend of Sina and the eel. According to the story, a magical eel falls deeply in love with a young woman named Sina and follows her wherever she goes. The exact details vary depending on the version being told, but the eel eventually realizes that the relationship cannot continue. Before dying, it makes one final request. Sina must bury its head in the ground. She does as instructed, and from the buried head grows the world's first coconut tree. The legend goes on to explain one of the coconut's most recognizable features. The 3 dark marks found on one end of the coconut are said to resemble the eel's face, with 2 eyes and a mouth still visible. In some versions of the story, drinking from a coconut is even symbolically compared to kissing the eel. It's a fascinating example of how traditional myths often provided explanations for features of the natural world. Rather than viewing the coconut as simply a plant, the story transforms it into a lasting reminder of a magical being and its devotion to Sina. The movie contains a subtle connection to this legend. Moana's mother is named Sina. Although she isn't portrayed as the same Sina from the myth and isn't directly based on the legendary figure, the choice of name is unlikely to be accidental. Given how famous the story of Sina and the eel is throughout Polynesia, many scholars and fans believe the name was included as a nod to one of the region's best-known traditional legends. It's a small detail, but it's another example of how the movie weaves Polynesian cultural references into its story. Even when characters aren't direct adaptations of mythological figures, their names and backgrounds often contain subtle connections to the traditions that inspired the film. Pua, Moana's loyal pet pig, isn't a figure from Polynesian mythology. Like many of the film's supporting characters, he was created specifically for the movie and doesn't appear in any traditional legends or oral traditions. Even so, his presence in the movie reflects an important part of Polynesian history and daily life. Pigs were among the animals carried by early Polynesian voyagers as they explored and settled islands across the Pacific. Transporting livestock on long ocean journeys was no small feat, which highlights just how important these animals were to the communities that brought them along. Once established on newly settled islands, pigs became valuable sources of food and played a significant role in many Polynesian societies. In some cultures, they were also considered symbols of wealth and status. The ownership of pigs could reflect a family's prosperity, and they were often exchanged as gifts or used in important social and ceremonial events. Pork frequently appeared at feasts, celebrations, and major community gatherings, making pigs a familiar and meaningful part of everyday life throughout much of Polynesia. While Pua himself has no mythological origins, his inclusion helps make the world of the movie feel more authentic. Rather than filling the island exclusively with fantastical creatures, the filmmakers incorporated animals that would have been common in many Polynesian communities. Of course, Disney took some creative liberties. Real pigs probably weren't as clean, adorable, or eager to accompany future wayfinders on adventures. But beneath the character's comedic charm is a genuine connection to Polynesian culture and history. So although Pua isn't drawn from mythology, he does represent something real. One of the animals that traveled alongside Polynesian voyagers and became an important part of life across the Pacific. Tattooing wasn't invented by Polynesian mythology, but it has deep roots in Polynesian culture and is closely connected to traditional beliefs, identity, spirituality, and social status. Throughout Polynesia, tattoos were far more than simple decoration. They often served as visual records of a person's ancestry, achievements, rank, and life experiences. In many communities, a person's tattoos could communicate important information about who they were and where they came from. Tattooing was already an established tradition across Polynesia long before the arrival of Europeans. Different island cultures developed their own distinctive styles and techniques, but the underlying idea remained similar. Tattoos were used to tell a story, preserving a person's identity on their skin and connecting them to their family, community, and cultural heritage. The practice was so influential that it even gave the English language one of its most recognizable words. The word tattoo is derived from the Polynesian word tata, which refers to the traditional process of tattooing. European explorers encountered the practice during their voyages through the Pacific and eventually adopted the term into English. Tattooing was often viewed as a sacred and meaningful process rather than a purely artistic one. Receiving certain tattoos could mark important milestones in a person's life, signify social standing, or demonstrate courage and commitment to cultural traditions. In some Polynesian cultures, tattooing ceremonies carried deep spiritual significance and were considered important rites of passage. Myths and legends about the origins of tattooing also exist throughout Polynesia. These stories vary from culture to culture, but many emphasize the idea that tattooing was a gift connected to the gods, ancestral spirits, or the wisdom of earlier generations. As a result, tattoos became more than personal adornments. They were a way of preserving history, expressing identity, and maintaining a connection to the past. This cultural importance helps explain why tattoos feature so prominently in the movie, particularly on characters like Maui. While the movie takes creative liberties with how tattoos function, their presence reflects a genuine and deeply rooted aspect of Polynesian culture that has existed for centuries. Hai, Moana's perpetually confused pet chicken, isn't a figure from Polynesian mythology. Like Pua, he was created specifically for the film and serves primarily as comic relief throughout the story. There are no traditional Polynesian legends featuring a heroic or magical chicken named Hai. That said, chickens themselves were a familiar part of life throughout Polynesia. Early Polynesian voyagers carried chickens with them as they explored and settled islands across the Pacific, making them one of the animals that accompanied some of humanity's greatest ocean journeys. As a result, while Hai has no mythological origins, his presence reflects an animal that would have been well known to the Polynesian peoples who inspired the film. Interestingly, Hai and Pua almost didn't make it into the final movie at all. During production, some members of the creative team felt the film already had too many sidekick characters and considered removing them. At the time, Hai was written as a fairly typical animal companion, serving as a counterpart to Pua's friendly and lovable personality. Everything changed when story artist Adam Green proposed a radically different direction for the character. Instead of making Hai another competent sidekick, Green suggested turning him into a bird with almost no awareness of his surroundings. A character whose complete inability to understand what was happening around him would become the source of the joke. Rather than helping the heroes, Hai would survive purely through luck, stumbling his way through situations that should have been impossible. Director John Musker loved the idea. There was just one problem. The film was already deep into production. Redesigning a character's role at that stage would normally require about 4 weeks of work. Green was given an extremely tight deadline and managed to complete the revisions in only 2 weeks. The gamble paid off. Hai's absurd behavior became one of the movie's most memorable sources of comedy, helping transform a relatively minor sidekick into a fan favorite. As a result, both Hai and Pua survived the production process and remained important parts of the final film. Their names are fitting as well. Pua's name comes from the Hawaiian word pua, meaning pig, hog, or pork. Likewise, Hai's name means chicken in Maori. While neither character originates in mythology, their names reflect Disney's effort to incorporate Polynesian languages into the film. Rather than inventing completely fictional names, the filmmakers chose names that directly describe the animals themselves. It's a simple detail, but one that helps ground the story in the cultures and languages that inspired it. There's also an interesting maritime connection that some viewers have noticed. For centuries, sailors in various maritime traditions tattooed a pig on one foot and a rooster or chicken on the other as symbols of protection at sea. The belief originated from the fact that pigs and chickens were often transported aboard ships in wooden crates. When vessels sank, those crates could sometimes remain afloat, allowing the animals to survive and eventually wash ashore. Over time, sailors began viewing pigs and chickens as symbols of good luck, survival, and protection from drowning. Tattoos of these animals became a popular maritime tradition, particularly among sailors who spent long periods at sea. There's no evidence that this custom originated in Polynesian mythology, and Disney has never stated that Pua and Hai were intended as references to it. Even so, the coincidence is difficult to ignore. After all, Moana is a story about ocean voyages, navigation, and surviving the dangers of the sea. The fact that the heroine's two closest animal companions happen to be a pig and a chicken makes for a fascinating parallel to a maritime superstition that has existed for generations. Whether intentional or not, it's a fitting connection for a film whose story is so deeply tied to the ocean. The blight that strikes Motunui is another element created specifically for the movie. According to the film, it begins as a consequence of Maui stealing the heart of Te Fiti. As the darkness spreads across the Pacific, the effects become increasingly severe. Crops fail, coconuts begin to rot, fish grow scarce, and the island's people find themselves facing a growing threat to their survival. There is no traditional Polynesian myth that tells this exact story. Because Te Fiti, her heart, and the spreading corruption were all invented for the movie, the blight itself has no direct counterpart in Polynesian mythology. Even so, the concept draws upon themes that appear in mythological traditions around the world. In many cultures, the natural world and the spiritual world are closely connected. When gods become angered, sacred laws are broken, or the balance of the world is disturbed, the consequences often extend beyond individuals and affect the land itself. Droughts, famines, storms, failed harvests, and other natural disasters are frequently portrayed as signs that something has gone wrong in the relationship between humanity, nature, and the divine. Polynesian traditions often emphasize similar ideas. Across the Pacific, people have long viewed the land, sea, and spiritual world as deeply interconnected. Maintaining harmony with nature and respecting sacred forces were important values in many Polynesian cultures, while disrupting that balance could bring hardship and misfortune. Disney appears to have drawn inspiration from these broader themes when creating The Blight. Rather than adapting a specific myth, the filmmakers created an original crisis that reflects a common mythological idea. When the natural and spiritual order is broken, the environment suffers along with the people who depend on it. In that sense, The Blight is fictional, but the message behind it is not. The film uses a supernatural disaster to reinforce a theme that appears throughout many mythologies. The well-being of the world depends on maintaining balance, and when that balance is lost, the consequences can affect everyone. Moana's desire to sail beyond the reef, and Chief Tue's determination to keep her from doing so, isn't based on a specific Polynesian myth. Instead, the conflict was created for the film, though it draws inspiration from real Polynesian history. As mentioned earlier, the filmmakers were influenced by the historical mystery known as the Long Pause, a period during which large-scale Polynesian expansion appears to have slowed for several centuries before eventually resuming. Historians and archaeologists still debate exactly why this happened, but Disney used the concept as the foundation for one of the movie's central conflicts. Rather than portraying the long pause as a historical event, the film transforms it into a personal and emotional struggle between a daughter who feels called to the ocean and a father who fears what lies beyond the reef. Through their relationship, the movie explores themes of tradition, identity, and the rediscovery of knowledge that has been forgotten over time. In many ways, Moana's longing to explore represents the spirit of the Polynesian navigators who ventured across the Pacific, while Chief Tue embodies the caution and responsibility of a leader determined to protect his people. Although their conflict is fictional, it reflects the broader historical inspiration behind much of the film. Moana's eventual voyage beyond the reef is also an original creation rather than an adaptation of a traditional myth. There is no ancient Polynesian legend about a young wayfinder named Moana setting sail to restore a goddess's heart. Nevertheless, her journey was heavily inspired by the real experiences of Polynesian explorers. For centuries, Polynesian navigators crossed enormous distances of open ocean in canoes, discovering and settling islands scattered across one of the largest regions on Earth. These voyages required extraordinary skill, courage, and knowledge of the natural world. Navigators relied on the stars, ocean swells, winds, clouds, and the behavior of birds to guide them across thousands of miles of sea. The journeys were also incredibly dangerous. Storms, rough waters, changing weather conditions, and the simple uncertainty of what lay beyond the horizon posed constant risks. Every voyage carried the possibility of failure. The film captures some of that danger when Moana leaves the safety of Motunui and ventures into the open ocean for the first time. Her initial attempt ends in disaster, and she is shipwrecked almost immediately. Although the scene was created for the movie, it serves as a reminder that ocean voyaging was never easy, even for the most skilled sailors. From a storytelling perspective, the sequence also follows a classic mythological pattern known as the hero's journey. Like many legendary heroes before her, Moana must leave the familiar world behind, venture into the unknown, face setbacks and challenges, and grow stronger through her experiences. This structure appears in myths and legends from cultures all around the world, from ancient Greece to Scandinavia and beyond. So while Moana's voyage beyond the reef isn't taken directly from Polynesian mythology, it combines real Polynesian history with timeless mythological themes. The result is a fictional adventure that pays tribute to the courage, skill, and determination of the voyagers who explored the Pacific long before the age of modern navigation. While drums aren't a major feature of Polynesian mythology, they have played an important role in Polynesian culture for centuries. Across the Pacific Islands, drums were used in music, dance, ceremonies, celebrations, and communal gatherings, serving as both musical instruments and powerful tools of cultural expression. Different Polynesian cultures developed their own styles of drumming and percussion, often using instruments crafted from wood, hollowed tree trunks, and animal skins. The rhythms produced by these instruments could accompany dances, mark important occasions, communicate messages, and help preserve cultural traditions from one generation to the next. In many communities, music and dance were more than simple entertainment. They were important ways of sharing stories, celebrating history, honoring ancestors, and reinforcing social bonds. Drums frequently provided the heartbeat of these performances, creating rhythms that connected performers and audiences alike. Although drums don't play a significant role in most Polynesian myths, they are closely tied to the cultural traditions that helped preserve those myths. Before written records became widespread, songs, chants, dances, and oral performances were some of the primary ways that history, genealogy, and traditional stories were passed down. Musical accompaniment, including drumming, often played an important role in these cultural practices. Their appearance in the movie reflects the filmmaker's efforts to incorporate authentic elements of Polynesian life into the film. Not every cultural detail in the movie comes directly from mythology. In many cases, Disney also drew inspiration from the everyday traditions, artistic practices, and communal activities that shaped Polynesian societies. As a result, the drums seen throughout the film help create a world that feels culturally authentic, even if they aren't tied to a specific myth or legend. They serve as a reminder that Moana draws not only from mythology but also from the rich cultural heritage of the Polynesian peoples who inspired the story. The constellation shown here is Orion, one of the most recognizable star patterns in the night sky. Today, most people know it by its Greek name, but the constellation has been observed and interpreted by cultures around the world for thousands of years. In Greek mythology, Orion was a legendary hunter renowned for his strength, skill, and prowess. The details of his story vary depending on the source, but most versions end with his death and subsequent placement among the stars by the gods. According to the myth, he became the constellation that still bears his name today. Orion is relatively easy to identify because of the three bright stars that form Orion's belt, one of the most distinctive patterns in the night sky. These stars have made the constellation an important celestial landmark for countless generations of stargazers. Although the movie draws primarily from Polynesian culture and mythology, the inclusion of Orion isn't inaccurate or out of place. Polynesian navigators were among the greatest seafarers in human history and relied extensively on the stars to guide their voyages across the Pacific Ocean. Long before the invention of modern navigational instruments, they used the night sky as a map, helping them travel thousands of miles across open water with remarkable precision. The stars that make up Orion would have been just as visible to Polynesian navigators as they were to the ancient Greeks. However, Polynesian cultures often had their own names, stories, and interpretations associated with those stars. While modern audiences recognize the pattern as Orion, Polynesian navigators viewed the night sky through the lens of their own traditions and knowledge systems. This distinction is important. Orion itself is a figure from Greek mythology, but the stars that form the constellation belong to no single culture. People across the world observed the same celestial patterns and incorporated them into their own traditions, stories, and methods of navigation. For Polynesian voyagers, constellations were more than mythological symbols. They were practical tools that helped guide some of the most extraordinary ocean voyages in history. By tracking the positions of specific stars and star paths, navigators could determine direction and maintain their course across vast stretches of the Pacific. So while the name Orion comes from Greek mythology, the stars themselves played an important role in Polynesian navigation as well. Their appearance in the film serves as a reminder of the remarkable astronomical knowledge that helped Polynesian explorers navigate one of the largest oceans on Earth. Another interesting detail can be found in the dark rock formations visible beneath the sand and vegetation on Motunui. These rocks closely resemble solidified pahoehoe lava, a type of volcanic lava whose name comes from the Hawaiian word pahoehoe, meaning smooth, unbroken lava. Pahoehoe lava is known for its distinctive smooth, flowing, rope-like appearance, which forms as extremely fluid lava cools and hardens. These formations are especially common throughout the Hawaiian Islands, but they can also be found in other volcanic regions across the Pacific. If this interpretation is correct, it suggests that Motunui is a volcanic island, formed by eruptions that gradually built land above the ocean's surface over thousands or even millions of years. This would be consistent with the geological history of many real Polynesian islands. Hawaii, Tahiti, Samoa, and numerous other Pacific islands were created through volcanic activity. In fact, some islands in the region are still volcanically active today, while others are the remnants of ancient volcanoes that have long since gone dormant. The detail may seem minor, but it helps ground the fictional setting in the geological reality of the Pacific. Rather than creating a generic, tropical island, the filmmakers appear to have incorporated features commonly found on actual Polynesian islands. Interestingly, this also creates a subtle connection to Polynesian mythology. In several Polynesian traditions, Maui is credited with pulling islands from the depths of the sea using his magical fishhook. One of the most famous examples comes from Maori mythology, where Maui hooks an enormous fish that eventually becomes New Zealand's North Island. Similar stories can be found elsewhere in Polynesia, with islands often being linked to Maui's legendary feats. Of course, mythology and geology offer very different explanations for how islands are formed. Science tells us that many Pacific islands were created by volcanic eruptions and tectonic activity, while mythology attributes their origins to the actions of gods, demigods, and supernatural beings. Yet both perspectives reflect the same sense of wonder inspired by these islands rising from the vast expanse of the ocean. So while Motunui is a fictional location, its apparent volcanic origins fit comfortably within both the geological reality of the Pacific and the mythological traditions that helped inspire the film. It's another small example of how Moana blends real-world history, natural science, and mythology into a single setting. To find Maui, Moana follows a pattern of stars that resembles his legendary fishhook. Unlike many elements in the film, this idea is actually rooted in genuine Polynesian astronomy and navigation. In several Polynesian traditions, the constellation known in Western astronomy as Scorpius is associated with Maui's magical fishhook. The constellation's long, curved shape was seen as resembling the legendary hook Maui used to perform many of his greatest feats, including pulling islands from the depths of the sea. This connection would have been especially meaningful to Polynesian navigators. For centuries, voyagers relied on the stars to guide their journeys across the Pacific, and many constellations were associated with stories, cultural traditions, and practical navigation. Maui's fishhook was one of several celestial patterns that helped sailors orient themselves while traveling across vast stretches of open ocean. However, the star pattern shown in the movie doesn't closely match the real constellation. In Western astronomy, this same group of stars is known as Scorpius because its distinctive curved shape resembles the tail of a scorpion. Polynesian traditions interpreted the pattern differently, seeing a fishhook instead of a scorpion, but the actual arrangement of stars remains the same. The version depicted in the movie appears to have been simplified and redesigned to make the fishhook shape immediately recognizable to audiences. A scientifically accurate depiction of Scorpius might not have looked enough like a fishhook for viewers to instantly understand the connection, especially during a fast-moving scene. As a result, Disney chose clarity over astronomical accuracy. Even so, the underlying idea is authentic. The filmmakers didn't invent the connection between Maui and a fishhook-shaped constellation. That association already existed in Polynesian tradition. What they changed was the visual appearance of the star pattern itself, making it more obvious and easier for modern audiences to interpret. So while the constellation shown on screen isn't an accurate representation of the real night sky, the concept behind it is firmly rooted in Polynesian culture. It's another example of Disney taking a genuine tradition and adapting it slightly to serve the needs of visual storytelling. Another interesting detail appears in the necklace Grammatala gives to Moana to hold the heart of Te Whiti. Its circular design bears a striking resemblance to the yin-yang symbol, a concept that originates from Chinese philosophy rather than Polynesian mythology. The yin-yang symbolizes the balance and interconnectedness of opposing forces. Rather than viewing concepts such as light and darkness, creation and destruction, or order and chaos as complete opposites, the symbol emphasizes that these forces are linked and depend on one another. Each contains a small part of the other, and true harmony comes from maintaining balance between them. The filmmakers have never stated that the necklace was intentionally modeled after the yin-yang symbol, so any connection remains speculative. Even so, the comparison is difficult to ignore given the themes explored throughout the film. Much of the movie revolves around restoring balance to a world that has fallen out of harmony. Maui's theft of the heart of Te Whiti disrupts the natural order, causing life to wither and darkness to spread across the Pacific. The central conflict is ultimately resolved not through force, but through the restoration of that lost balance. This theme becomes even more apparent when the film reveals that Te Whiti and Te Ka are not truly separate beings. What initially appears to be a battle between creation and destruction is ultimately revealed to be two aspects of the same entity. Te Whiti represents life, growth, and creation, while Te Ka embodies anger, loss, and destruction. Yet neither can fully exist without the other. That idea closely mirrors one of the core principles associated with yin and yang. Seemingly opposite forces are often interconnected parts of a greater whole. Whether intentional or not, the necklace's resemblance to the yin-yang symbol makes it a fitting visual motif for the story. It reflects one of the movie's central messages, that healing comes not from destroying what is perceived as the enemy, but from restoring balance and recognizing the connection between opposing forces. Of course, it's important to note that this symbolism comes from Chinese philosophy rather than Polynesian mythology. There is no known Polynesian tradition linking the heart of Te Whiti or Grammatala's necklace to the yin-yang concept. Still, the visual similarity provides an interesting lens through which to view the film's themes and the deeper meaning behind Te Whiti and Te Ka's relationship. The spiral symbol seen on Moana's sail of her canoe is known as a koru, a design that originates from Maori culture. Inspired by the shape of an unfurling silver fern frond, the koru is one of the most recognizable and important symbols in New Zealand. The design is based on a natural process. A young silver fern begins as a tightly coiled spiral before gradually unfurling as it grows. Because of this, the koru has become closely associated with concepts such as new life, new beginnings, growth, renewal, and hope. It symbolizes the idea that life is constantly moving forward while remaining connected to its origins. These meanings make the symbol particularly appropriate for Moana's journey. Throughout the film, she embarks on a voyage of self-discovery, learns to embrace her identity, and reconnects with traditions that had been forgotten by her people. In many ways, her story is one of personal growth and renewal, themes that align perfectly with the symbolism of the koru. The symbol carries additional meanings as well. Depending on the context, it can represent rebirth, awakening, harmony, peace, and the continuous cycle of life. Its circular shape suggests that endings and beginnings are often connected, reinforcing the idea that growth is an ongoing process rather than a destination. Some versions of the design, particularly the double koru or double spiral, are also associated with relationships, kinship, and connection. These interpretations emphasize the bonds between people, families, and communities, making the symbol a powerful representation of belonging and shared identity. While the koru is not a mythological symbol in the sense of being tied to a specific god, hero, or legend, it is an important cultural motif with deep significance in Maori tradition. Its inclusion in Moana reflects the filmmakers' efforts to incorporate authentic Polynesian cultural elements alongside the movie's mythological inspirations. Given the themes of the film, the choice feels especially fitting. Moana is ultimately a story about growth, identity, rediscovery, and restoring balance. The koru embodies all of these ideas, making it much more than a decorative design. It serves as a visual reminder of the journey at the heart of the story and the continual process of learning who we are and where we come from. The storm that overturns Moana's canoe isn't based on a specific story from Polynesian mythology. It was created for the film as part of Moana's journey beyond the reef and serves as one of the first major obstacles she must overcome. But the scene draws upon ideas that are deeply rooted in both Polynesian culture and mythology. For the peoples of Polynesia, the ocean was a pathway connecting distant islands, but it could also be unpredictable and dangerous. Voyagers crossing vast stretches of open water had to contend with changing weather, powerful winds, rough seas, and sudden storms. A single storm could threaten an entire voyage, making knowledge of the ocean and the sky essential for survival. As a result, weather often carried spiritual significance throughout Polynesia. Many Polynesian traditions associate winds, rain, storms, and other natural forces with gods and supernatural beings. In Maori mythology, for example, the god Tawirimedia is the ruler of winds, storms, clouds, and weather. According to the myths, Tawirimedia became enraged when his parents, Ranginui and Papatuanuku, were separated by their children. In his anger, he unleashed powerful storms upon the world and continues to command the forces of the atmosphere. Similar associations between weather and divine power can be found throughout Polynesia, where the natural world was often viewed as being closely connected to the actions of gods and spiritual forces. While the storm isn't attributed to a specific deity and doesn't come from a traditional legend, it reflects this broader mythological worldview. The sea and the weather aren't merely background elements. They are powerful forces that can shape the course of human lives and determine the success or failure of a voyage. The scene also highlights a historical reality. Polynesian navigators accomplished some of the greatest feats of exploration in human history, but their journeys were never without risk. Storms and rough seas posed genuine dangers, and every voyage required skill, courage, and a deep understanding of the natural world. So while Moana's shipwreck is a fictional event, it captures both the practical challenges faced by real Polynesian voyagers and the respect that many Polynesian traditions held for the powerful forces of nature. While Maui isn't traditionally known by the specific title Hero of Men, the description is actually a fairly accurate summary of his role in Polynesian mythology. Across many Polynesian traditions, Maui is portrayed as a culture hero, a legendary figure whose actions shape the world and improve life for humanity. Unlike many mythological beings who simply rule over certain aspects of nature, Maui is best known for the incredible deeds he performs and the benefits those deeds bring to ordinary people. Many of his most famous adventures involve helping mankind in some way. Depending on the tradition, Maui slows the sun so people have more daylight to work, obtains the secret of fire for humanity, raises islands from the sea with his magical fishhook, and uses his cleverness to overcome powerful supernatural forces. These stories often explain how important aspects of the world came to exist while portraying Maui as a champion of human beings. What makes Maui especially interesting is that he isn't always a flawless hero. He can be mischievous, impulsive, arrogant, and prone to taking enormous risks. Many of his accomplishments are achieved through trickery and clever thinking, rather than brute strength. Yet despite these flaws, his actions frequently result in benefits for humanity, which is why he remains one of the most celebrated figures in Polynesian mythology. Because of this, Disney's description of him as the hero of men isn't entirely inaccurate. The title itself doesn't come from traditional mythology, and Polynesian stories generally don't refer to him by that specific name. However, the phrase captures the essence of how Maui is often portrayed, a larger-than-life figure whose deeds help shape the world and improve the lives of people. In that sense, the title is less a traditional mythological designation and more a concise way of describing his role in the legends. While Disney simplified the concept for modern audiences, the idea behind it is firmly rooted in Polynesian tradition. Maui's thousand-year exile on a deserted island is another element created specifically for the movie. According to the film, after stealing the heart of Te Fiti and being defeated by Te Ka, Maui loses his magical fishhook and spends the next 1,000 years living alone on a remote island until Moana finally finds him. This storyline doesn't come from traditional Polynesian mythology. In the original legends, Maui is rarely portrayed as a lonely figure cut off from the rest of the world. Instead, he is typically depicted as a restless trickster, adventurer, and cultural hero who is constantly involved in new exploits. Whether he's slowing the sun, obtaining fire, fishing islands from the sea, or challenging powerful supernatural beings, Maui is almost always on the move. While many of his adventures end with consequences for his actions, there is no widely known Polynesian myth in which he becomes stranded on an island for 1,000 years. The idea was created by Disney to give the character a more personal and emotional story arc. By isolating Maui for centuries, the film provides an explanation for his arrogance, insecurity, and desire for recognition. His long period of solitude also helps set up one of the movie's central themes: redemption. When Moana meets him, Maui is no longer the confident hero celebrated in songs and legends. He's a fallen figure who has spent centuries dwelling on his mistakes. Throughout the film, he must learn to confront those failures and rediscover the qualities that once made him a hero. This approach differs significantly from the traditional myths, where Maui is usually defined by his actions rather than his emotional growth. Ancient stories tend to focus on his adventures and accomplishments, whereas the movie explores his personality, motivations, and vulnerabilities in much greater detail. Therefore, Maui's exile serves an important purpose within the film's narrative, even though it has no basis in traditional mythology. It's a Disney invention designed to transform a legendary trickster and culture hero into a more complex character with room to grow and change over the course of the story. Maui's living, moving tattoos are one of the most memorable aspects of his character, but they don't come from traditional Polynesian mythology. The idea was created specifically for the movie as a unique way to tell the story of Maui's past and visualize his larger-than-life personality. That said, the filmmakers didn't invent the connection between Maui and tattoos. In many Polynesian traditions, tattooing was an important cultural practice that carried deep social, spiritual, and personal significance. Tattoos could represent a person's ancestry, achievements, status, identity, and life experiences. Because of this, Maui is often depicted in modern artwork and cultural representations as a heavily tattooed hero, reflecting both his legendary status and the importance of tattooing throughout Polynesia. Disney took this authentic cultural element and added a supernatural twist. Instead of serving solely as decoration, Maui's tattoos come alive and interact with him throughout the film. The most notable example is Mini Maui, a small animated version of the demigod who appears on his chest and often acts as a conscience, advisor, or source of comic relief. Other tattoos depict many of Maui's famous accomplishments, effectively turning his body into a visual record of his legendary deeds. While there are no traditional myths in which Maui's tattoos literally move or speak, the concept serves an important storytelling purpose. It allows the audience to see aspects of Maui's personality and history without relying entirely on dialogue. The tattoos function almost like a living biography, constantly reminding viewers of the heroic reputation he has built over the centuries. The idea also reflects a real cultural concept. Throughout Polynesia, tattoos often told a person's story. They could commemorate important achievements, mark significant life events, and express a person's place within their community. In that sense, Disney's interpretation takes a symbolic idea and makes it literal. So while animated tattoos aren't mythologically accurate, They are rooted in a genuine cultural tradition. The filmmakers transformed an important aspect of Polynesian identity into a creative visual device, using it to highlight both Maui's legendary accomplishments and the significance of tattooing within the cultures that inspired the film. One of the accomplishments referenced in Maui's tattoos is his lifting of the sky, and unlike many elements in the movie, this feat is based on a genuine Polynesian myth. Versions of the story can be found throughout Polynesia, although the details vary from one culture to another. In many tellings, the sky once hung so low over the earth that people had very little room to move. Some stories describe people being forced to crouch, crawl, or struggle to go about their daily lives because the heavens pressed down upon the world. Determined to solve the problem, Maui used his extraordinary strength to push the sky upward. After a tremendous effort, he succeeded in raising the heavens far above the earth, creating the open space that people enjoy today. With the sky no longer pressing down on them, humanity could stand upright, move freely, and live more comfortably. Like many myths, the story serves as both an explanation for the world and a celebration of a legendary hero. Rather than accepting the world as it was, Maui changes it for the benefit of humanity, a theme that appears again and again throughout his adventures. The exact details differ depending on the tradition. In some versions, Maui pushes the sky upward himself. In others, he receives assistance or uses different methods to accomplish the task. Despite these variations, the central idea remains remarkably consistent. The separation of heaven and earth is attributed to Maui's actions. The story also highlights an important aspect of Maui's character. He isn't simply a powerful demigod performing impressive feats for his own glory. Many of his adventures are motivated by a desire to improve life for ordinary people. Whether he's slowing the sun, obtaining fire, fishing islands from the sea, or lifting the sky, his actions often make the world more hospitable for humanity. That's why the myth is such a fitting accomplishment to include among Maui's tattoos. It represents one of the many ways he reshapes the world through courage, ingenuity, and supernatural power. So when the movie references Maui lifting the sky, it's drawing directly from authentic Polynesian mythology, showcasing one of the legendary feats that helped establish him as one of the greatest heroes in Polynesian tradition. One of Maui's most famous accomplishments in Polynesian mythology is bringing fire to humanity. This feat is referenced among the many achievements depicted in his tattoos, and is based on a genuine myth that appears in several Polynesian traditions. One of the best-known versions comes from Maori mythology and centers on the fire goddess, Mawika. According to the story, Mawika possessed the secret of fire and kept it within her fingernails, which burned with supernatural flames. As with many of his adventures, Maui's curiosity and mischievous nature soon got him into trouble. Wanting to learn more about the source of fire, Maui repeatedly visited Mawika and asked her for one of her fiery fingernails. Each time, she granted his request. But instead of using the fire responsibly, Maui intentionally extinguished it and returned asking for another. Again and again, he tricked the goddess into giving away more of her precious fire. Eventually, Mawika realized she was being deceived. Enraged by Maui's actions, she hurled her remaining flames at him. A dramatic chase followed as Maui fled from the furious goddess while fire spread across the land. In some versions of the story, he transforms into different animals to escape her wrath, highlighting another of his famous supernatural abilities. The conflict ultimately ends when the remaining fire becomes hidden within certain trees. As a result, humans are able to create fire by rubbing wood together, releasing the fire concealed inside the trees. In this way, the myth explains both the origin of fire and the traditional method used to produce it. Like many stories about Maui, the details vary depending on the culture and version being told. Some tellings emphasize his cleverness, while others focus on the consequences of his trickery. But the central idea remains largely the same. Maui plays a key role in bringing fire to humanity and making life easier for ordinary people. The story also illustrates one of the qualities that makes Maui such a fascinating mythological figure. He is both a hero and a trickster. His actions often benefit humanity, but he rarely achieves his goals through straightforward means. Instead, he relies on wit, deception, persistence, and sometimes sheer audacity. That's one reason this myth remains one of the most enduring stories associated with him. It perfectly captures the blend of intelligence, mischief, and heroism that defines Maui throughout Polynesian mythology. So when the movie references Maui obtaining fire for humanity, it's drawing directly from one of the most famous legends in Polynesian tradition, a story that has been told and retold across the Pacific for generations. One of Maui's most famous accomplishments is slowing the sun, and this story comes directly from Polynesian mythology. In fact, it is one of the most widespread and celebrated legends associated with the legendary hero. One of the best-known versions comes from Maori tradition. According to the story, the days were once much shorter than they are today. The sun raced across the sky so quickly that people barely had enough time to work, prepare food, fish, or complete their daily tasks before darkness arrived. Frustrated by this problem, Maui decided something had to be done. Gathering his brothers, he devised a daring plan to capture the sun itself. Together, they traveled to the place where the sun rose each morning and prepared powerful ropes to ensnare it. In some versions of the myth, the ropes were specially enchanted to withstand the sun's immense heat and strength. When the sun emerged, Maui and his brothers sprang their trap. The ropes held the sun in place while Maui attacked it with a magical weapon, often described as a jawbone inherited from one of his ancestors. The struggle was fierce, but eventually the sun was forced to surrender. Maui then demanded that it move more slowly across the sky. Defeated and weakened, the sun agreed. From that day forward, it traveled at a more reasonable pace, creating longer days and giving humanity enough daylight to complete their work. Like many stories about Maui, the details differ depending on the culture and version being told. Some traditions emphasize the magical ropes, while others focus on Maui's strength, cleverness, or the weapon he used during the confrontation. Despite these variations, the core of the story remains remarkably consistent. Maui alters the movement of the sun for the benefit of mankind. The myth perfectly illustrates why Maui is often regarded as a culture hero. Rather than seeking power for himself, he uses his abilities to improve life for ordinary people. By slowing the sun, he literally changes the structure of the world to make it more hospitable for humanity. This is also one of the most faithful mythological references in Moana. When the film mentions Maui lassoing the sun, it is drawing directly from a genuine Polynesian legend that has been passed down for generations. Of course, the story isn't meant to be a scientific explanation for why days are long. Like many myths, it uses a memorable and imaginative narrative to explain a feature of the world while celebrating the exploits of a legendary hero. Even today, the tale of Maui slowing the sun remains one of the most iconic stories in Polynesian mythology and one of the feats most closely associated with his name. Another claim Maui makes is that he harnessed the breeze. Unlike many of the other feats mentioned in the song, this one doesn't appear to be based on any specific Polynesian myth. Many of the accomplishments referenced in the song, such as slowing the sun, obtaining fire, and pulling islands from the sea, can be traced directly to traditional stories. However, there is no widely known Polynesian legend in which Maui literally captures, controls, or harnesses the wind in the way the song suggests. The line was most likely added to reinforce Maui's larger-than-life reputation. Throughout Polynesian mythology, Maui frequently interacts with the natural world, challenging powerful forces and reshaping the environment through his actions. Even when he isn't directly controlling nature, his adventures often involve the sun, the ocean, fire, the sky, and other fundamental aspects of the world. Because of this, the idea of Maui harnessing the breeze feels consistent with the character, even if it isn't drawn from a particular legend. The line may also have been chosen because of its connection to voyaging. Wind was essential to life in Polynesia, especially for the navigators who crossed vast stretches of the Pacific in sailing canoes. A hero associated with exploration, seafaring, and mastery of the natural world would naturally be linked to the wind in the minds of many modern audiences. So while "I harness the breeze" isn't a direct reference to a traditional myth, it fits the broader image of Maui as a powerful culture hero whose exploits often involve the forces of nature. Like several other details in the film, It blends authentic mythological themes with original storytelling created specifically for Disney's version of the character. Maui's claim that he pulled islands from the sea is actually one of the most famous and widespread stories in all of Polynesian mythology. Unlike some of the feats mentioned in the song, this one is firmly rooted in traditional legend and is closely associated with Maui throughout much of Polynesia. According to many versions of the story, Maui used his magical fishhook to catch an enormous fish from the depths of the ocean. As he hauled the creature toward the surface, it transformed into land, creating islands where there had once been only sea. The details differ from one culture to another, but the basic story remains remarkably consistent. Maui ventures out onto the ocean, casts his magical hook into the deep, and pulls up land that becomes part of the world inhabited by humans. One of the most famous versions comes from Maori tradition. In this telling, the North Island of New Zealand is known as Te Aikea Maui, which translates to the fish of Maui. According to the legend, the island itself is the gigantic fish that Maui pulled from the ocean. The South Island is sometimes associated with the canoe from which he fished, while Stewart Island is linked to the canoe's anchor. Other Polynesian cultures tell similar stories, though the islands involved often differ. In some traditions, Maui is credited with creating specific island groups, while in others he discovers or raises land from beneath the sea. These variations reflect the fact that Maui's legends spread across thousands of miles of ocean, and were adapted by different Polynesian peoples over many centuries. Despite these differences, the central theme remains the same. Maui uses his supernatural abilities and magical fishhook to bring land into the world, helping shape the environment in which people live. The story also highlights the importance of the fishhook in Polynesian mythology. Far more than a simple fishing tool, Maui's hook is often portrayed as a powerful magical artifact capable of accomplishing extraordinary feats. It's one of the hero's most iconic possessions and appears in many of his greatest adventures. This makes Disney's reference one of the most accurate mythological nods in the entire film. When Maui proudly sings about pulling islands from the sea, he's describing a feat that comes directly from traditional Polynesian mythology and has been associated with his name for centuries. Of all the legendary accomplishments mentioned in the song, this is perhaps the one most closely tied to Maui's identity. It's a story that appears throughout Polynesia, connects mythology to the geography of the Pacific, and perfectly captures the larger-than-life nature of one of mythology's greatest heroes. Maui also claims that he killed an eel, buried its innards, and created the coconut tree. Unlike some of the other feats mentioned in the song, this one is only partially accurate. The connection between an eel and the origin of the coconut does come from Polynesian mythology, but the story is usually associated with the Samoan legend of Sina and the eel rather than Maui. According to the traditional tale, a magical eel falls in love with a young woman named Sina and follows her wherever she goes. Eventually, the eel is killed. Before dying, it asks Sina to bury its head in the ground. After she does so, the first coconut tree grows from the burial site. The story is also used to explain one of the coconut's most distinctive features. The 3 marks found on one end of the coconut are said to resemble the eel's face, allowing people to see the connection between the animal and the tree that sprang from it. Disney appears to have borrowed elements of this famous legend and reassigned them to Maui. In the film's version, Maui takes credit for killing the eel and creating the coconut tree himself, effectively turning a traditional origin story into one of his many legendary accomplishments. This isn't entirely surprising. Throughout the song, Maui boasts about a wide variety of feats, some of which come directly from mythology and others that have been simplified, combined, or altered for the sake of the song. The coconut story seems to be another example of Disney adapting existing Polynesian traditions and folding them into Maui's larger-than-life reputation. So the film gets the general mythological concept right. Polynesian mythology does contain a famous story linking an eel to the origin of the coconut tree. However, the details have been changed significantly. In the traditional legend, Sina is the central figure, not Maui, and the events unfold very differently from the version described in the song. As a result, this reference falls somewhere in the middle of the accuracy scale. Disney drew inspiration from a genuine Polynesian myth but modified it enough that the story presented in the film isn't an accurate retelling of the original legend. At one point during the song, Maui proudly declares that he can do anything except float. The line is primarily played for laughs, poking fun at the larger-than-life demigod by giving him one surprisingly mundane weakness. However, it may also contain a subtle connection to one of the most important stories about Maui's birth. In several Polynesian traditions, Maui's life begins under extraordinary circumstances. According to many versions of the myth, he is born prematurely, and his mother fears that he will not survive. As a result, she casts the infant into the ocean, abandoning him shortly after his birth. What happens next varies depending on the tradition, but the outcome is always remarkable. Rather than drowning, Maui is protected by supernatural forces. In some versions, the sea itself carries and nurtures him. In others, he is wrapped in his mother's hair and borne safely across the water until divine beings, ancestors, or spirits discover him and raise him. Instead of becoming the place of his death, the ocean becomes the reason for his survival. This miraculous rescue marks the beginning of Maui's legendary journey. The child who was cast away eventually grows into one of the greatest heroes in Polynesian mythology, performing feats such as slowing the sun, obtaining fire for humanity, lifting the sky, and fishing islands from the sea. Because of this, the ocean occupies a special place in many stories about Maui. Long before he became a famous demigod, the sea was already playing a crucial role in his life and destiny. Disney has never stated that the "I can do anything but float" line was intended as a reference to these birth legends, so it's impossible to know whether the connection was deliberate. Still, it's an intriguing possibility. After all, few mythological figures are as closely tied to the ocean as Maui. The sea saves him as an infant, features prominently in many of his greatest adventures, and helps shape the hero he ultimately becomes. Viewed through that lens, the joke takes on an additional layer of meaning. Whether intentional or not, it's a fun coincidence that one of Maui's funniest lines involves the very element that ensured his survival and set him on the path to becoming one of Polynesian mythology's most celebrated heroes. There's another layer to the joke that makes it even funnier. The line is delivered by Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson, and in the middle of a song no less. So audiences are literally watching a rock sing about how he can do anything except float. Of course, rocks are famous for doing the exact opposite of floating. If you throw a rock into the ocean, it sinks. That makes the line a clever piece of self-aware humor, especially considering Johnson's longtime wrestling nickname, The Rock. Whether the joke was intentional or not, it works on multiple levels. Within the story, it's Maui humorously admitting to a minor limitation despite claiming responsibility for countless miraculous feats. Outside the story, it's a singing rock reminding the audience of the one thing rocks are notoriously bad at doing. The result is a joke that's easy to miss on a first viewing but becomes much more amusing once you realize who's delivering the line. Even a demigod who can slow the sun, lift the sky, and pull islands from the sea apparently can't overcome the basic laws of rock physics. Moana becoming trapped inside the cave isn't based on any specific Polynesian myth. The sequence was created specifically for the film and serves primarily as an early obstacle in Moana's journey. It also helps develop her relationship with Maui, forcing the two characters to interact and work together while highlighting their very different personalities. Like many scenes in the movie, the cave sequence follows a classic storytelling pattern rather than a traditional Polynesian legend. Heroes in myths and adventure stories are often tested shortly after beginning their journeys, facing challenges that help them grow and prepare for the greater trials ahead. Moana's predicament in the cave serves this purpose, demonstrating her determination and resourcefulness while moving the story forward. Although this particular event has no direct mythological basis, caves do hold significance in many Polynesian traditions. Throughout the Pacific, caves were sometimes associated with ancestors, spirits, gods, and the supernatural. Certain caves were regarded as sacred places, while others appeared in legends involving journeys to spiritual realms or encounters with powerful beings. In Maori tradition, for example, caves are sometimes connected to the underworld and the paths traveled by spirits after death. Other Polynesian cultures also feature caves and stories about legendary heroes, supernatural creatures, and ancestral beings. Because of this, caves often carried meanings that extended beyond their physical appearance. That said, there's no well-known Polynesian myth in which Maui traps a young voyager in a cave, nor is there a traditional story that closely resembles the scene shown in the film. The sequence is best understood as an original storytelling element created for the movie rather than an adaptation of an existing legend. So while the setting may evoke locations that were culturally and spiritually significant throughout Polynesia, the events themselves are a Disney invention designed to advance the plot and strengthen the dynamic between the film's two main characters. While Moana's cave sequence isn't based on any known Polynesian myth, it does share some similarities with stories from other mythological traditions. One of the closest parallels can be found in Greek mythology, specifically in the famous tale of Odysseus and the Cyclops. In the Odyssey, Odysseus and his men become trapped inside the cave of the giant Cyclops Polyphemus. Unable to escape by force, they must rely on intelligence and determination to overcome the obstacle and continue their journey home. The similarities between the two stories are fairly broad. Both involve heroes who find themselves trapped in an enclosed space. Both use the confinement as a source of tension, and both treat the escape as an important step in a larger adventure. However, the details are very different, and there is no evidence that Disney intentionally modeled Moana's cave sequence on the Odyssey. More likely, both stories are drawing from a common mythological and storytelling trope. Throughout mythology, folklore, and adventure narratives, heroes are often trapped, imprisoned, or isolated at some point during their journeys. These moments serve as tests of character, forcing the protagonist to rely on courage, intelligence, persistence, or teamwork in order to move forward. The challenge isn't just about escaping a physical location. It's about proving that the hero is capable of overcoming adversity. Examples of this trope can be found all over the world. Heroes become trapped in caves, labyrinths, enchanted forests, underworlds, castles, and countless other dangerous locations before eventually finding a way out. The obstacle functions as a temporary setback that helps make the eventual success feel more meaningful. In Moana, the cave serves exactly this purpose. It creates tension, advances the relationship between Moana and Maui, and gives the heroine another challenge to overcome on her path toward becoming the person she's destined to be. So while the scene doesn't come from Polynesian mythology and probably wasn't inspired directly by the Odyssey, it does reflect a storytelling pattern that has appeared in myths and legends for thousands of years. The hero becomes trapped, rises to the challenge, and emerges stronger than before. Maui's repeated desire to eat haihei isn't based on any specific Polynesian myth. The gag was created for the film and serves as part of the comedic dynamic between the characters, particularly since haihei spends much of the story causing chaos and getting into trouble. That said, the joke does have some grounding in historical reality. Chickens were an important part of life throughout much of Polynesia, and were among the animals transported by early Polynesian voyagers as they settled islands across the Pacific. Along with pigs and dogs, chickens were carried aboard voyaging canoes and introduced to many newly settled islands. They provided a reliable source of food and became a familiar part of daily life in numerous Polynesian communities. Because of this, Maui's reaction to haihei is actually quite practical. While audiences see haihei as a lovable sidekick, Maui often sees him as what many people throughout history would have seen: lunch. The humor comes from the contrast between these perspectives. Moana treats haihei as a companion, while Maui repeatedly questions why anyone would keep a chicken around without eventually eating it. Given haihei's complete lack of survival instincts, Maui's comments become even funnier because they often sound like a reasonable response to the bird's behavior. So while there isn't a Polynesian legend about Maui trying to cook a chicken named haihei, the joke does reflect the historical role chickens played throughout Polynesia. In that sense, the running gag is rooted less in mythology and more in the everyday realities of island life. It's another example of the movie blending authentic cultural details with original storytelling. The mythological connection may be absent, but the idea that a hungry voyager might look at a chicken and see dinner is certainly believable. Maui's fear of the heart of Te Whiti isn't taken from Polynesian mythology. The entire storyline involving Te Fiti, Te Ka, and the stolen heart was created specifically for the movie, so there is no traditional legend in which Maui fears returning a magical artifact or confronting the consequences of stealing it. In the original myths, Maui is typically portrayed as remarkably bold, sometimes to the point of recklessness. Throughout Polynesian mythology, he regularly challenges powerful gods, confronts supernatural beings, and attempts feats that others would consider impossible. Whether he's slowing the sun, obtaining fire, lifting the sky, or trying to defeat death itself, Maui rarely backs down from a challenge. In fact, one of the defining traits of his character is his willingness to take enormous risks. This confidence often works in his favor, allowing him to accomplish incredible things. At the same time, it can also get him into trouble. Many myths portray Maui as clever and courageous, but also impulsive and overconfident. Some of his failures occur precisely because he believes he can overcome obstacles that no one else can. Disney's version of Maui takes the character in a somewhat different direction. When Moana first meets him, he's still arrogant and self-assured on the surface, but beneath that confidence lies a deep fear of failure. He's haunted by the consequences of stealing the heart of Te Fiti and is reluctant to revisit the mistake that led to his downfall. Rather than eagerly seeking out another impossible challenge, he spends much of the film trying to avoid one. This fear plays an important role in the movie's story. It gives Maui a personal struggle to overcome and allows him to experience meaningful character growth. Over the course of the film, he must confront his past mistakes, regain his confidence, and rediscover the heroic qualities that once defined him. That kind of emotional arc is largely a Disney invention. Traditional myths tend to focus more on Maui's adventures and accomplishments than on his internal feelings or psychological development. While the legendary Maui certainly experiences setbacks and failures, he is rarely depicted as being haunted by them in the way he is in the film. As a result, Maui's fear of the heart of Te Fiti has no direct basis in Polynesian mythology. It was created to make him a more complex and relatable character for modern audiences. While it differs from the fearless trickster and culture hero found in traditional stories, it helps transform a legendary figure into someone who can grow, change, and learn from his mistakes over the course of the film. At one point in the film, Maui threatens to smite Moana. While the line sounds appropriately dramatic coming from a demigod, it isn't a reference to any specific Polynesian myth. The word smite simply means to strike down, punish, or defeat someone, and it's commonly used in stories involving gods, heroes, and other powerful supernatural beings. Modern audiences often associate the term with mythological deities hurling lightning bolts, delivering divine punishment, or overwhelming their enemies with godlike power. Maui certainly possesses extraordinary abilities in traditional Polynesian mythology, but he isn't particularly known for smiting people. In fact, his stories tend to focus less on raw displays of divine power and more on cleverness, trickery, and ingenuity. Many of his greatest accomplishments are achieved through intelligence and persistence rather than brute force. That's one of the qualities that makes Maui different from many mythological heroes. While he can be incredibly powerful, he often succeeds because he's the smartest person in the room, not because he's the strongest. The line in the movie is therefore best understood as a joke rather than a mythological reference. At this point in the story, Maui is trying very hard to maintain his image as an all-powerful demigod. Threatening to smite someone sounds exactly like the kind of grandiose statement a larger-than-life character would make. The humor comes from the fact that he takes himself so seriously while the audience can already see that he's far from perfect. In many ways, the line helps establish one of the film's most entertaining aspects of Maui's personality: his oversized ego. He constantly boasts about his accomplishments, refers to himself in heroic terms, and expects everyone around him to be impressed by his greatness. So while the threat to smite Moana isn't drawn from any traditional Polynesian legend, it does fit Disney's interpretation of the character. The line isn't referencing a famous mythological feat. Instead, it's another example of Maui's self-important attitude and his tendency to make everything sound as epic and dramatic as possible. After all, when you're a demigod who claims responsibility for slowing the sun, lifting the sky, and pulling islands from the sea, simply saying go away would be far too ordinary. Unlike many of the creatures and characters introduced in the movie, the Kakamora are actually based on beings from real Pacific folklore. Their origins can be traced to the traditional stories of the Solomon Islands, where they are described as small humanoid creatures that inhabit forests, caves, and other remote places. Some accounts even place them in large banyan trees. In traditional folklore, the Kakamora are generally portrayed as shy, elusive beings rather than outright villains. They spend much of their time gathering food such as fruit, nuts, and small animals, and many stories describe them as avoiding human contact whenever possible. Because they are rarely seen, they often occupy a mysterious place in local folklore, somewhere between nature spirits, legendary beings, and hidden forest dwellers. That doesn't mean they're always harmless, however. Some traditions describe the Kakamora as dangerous when provoked. Stories occasionally depict them attacking people who threaten them or enter their territory. One of their most distinctive features is their long, sharp fingernails, which they are said to use as weapons. Folklore also attributes other unusual characteristics to them, including their own language, separate from those spoken by the human inhabitants of the Solomon Islands. Even so, the traditional Kakamora are generally far less aggressive than the version seen in the movie. Disney dramatically reimagined the creatures for the film. Instead of reclusive forest dwellers, they become highly organized seafaring raiders who travel across the ocean in enormous floating vessels. Clad in coconut shells and equipped with a variety of weapons, they attack Moana and Maui in one of the movie's most memorable action sequences. Their visual design is almost entirely a Disney creation. Traditional Kakamora are typically described as small human-like beings, not living coconuts. Likewise, there are no well-known folktales that depict them as pirates, sailors, or ocean-going warriors. Their coconut armor, elaborate ships, and obsession with recovering the heart of Te Fiti were all invented specifically for the film. The same is true of many of their weapons. While some traditional stories mention Kakamora using their sharp fingernails in combat, there are no widely known myths describing them as carrying blow darts, piloting coconut war machines, or launching coordinated naval attacks. These additions were created to make them more visually distinctive and to provide Moana with a unique group of adversaries. Despite these creative liberties, the Kakamora remain one of the movie's most interesting mythological references because they are rooted in genuine Pacific folklore. Unlike characters such as Te Fiti and Te Ka, who were invented specifically for the film, the Kakamora have real legendary origins. The movie simply takes those origins and transforms them into something much more colorful, action-oriented, and family-friendly. The result is a group of memorable villains who may look very different from their folkloric counterparts, but still preserve a connection to the traditions that inspired them. In that sense, the Kakamora are a perfect example of Disney's overall approach to mythology in Moana, taking authentic cultural elements, reimagining them for a modern audience, and weaving them into an entirely new story. Here's a fun behind-the-scenes fact. The Kakamora chase sequence was partially inspired by Mad Max, Fury Road. At first glance, the connection might seem surprising. One is a family-friendly Disney animated film inspired by Polynesian mythology, while the other is a gritty post-apocalyptic action movie filled with high-speed vehicular combat. Yet the filmmakers behind Moana have acknowledged looking to George Miller's acclaimed action film for inspiration when crafting the Kakamora encounter. The similarities become much easier to spot once you know what to look for. Like Fury Road, the Kakamora sequence revolves around a fast-moving chase in which the heroes are relentlessly pursued by determined attackers. Both scenes emphasize constant motion, inventive vehicle designs, and escalating action. Rather than pausing for lengthy exposition, the story is propelled forward through visual storytelling, with each new obstacle increasing the tension and excitement. Of course, Disney adapted these ideas to fit the tone of a family adventure. Instead of heavily armed raiders racing across a post-apocalyptic wasteland, Moana features tiny coconut-armored warriors skimming across the ocean in elaborate floating contraptions. Their vessels are connected together in unusual ways, creating a massive moving structure that feels every bit as imaginative as the bizarre vehicles seen in Fury Road. The result is one of the most energetic and visually distinctive sequences in the entire film. The influence isn't meant to be a direct copy. Rather, Disney borrowed some of the pacing, momentum, and visual creativity that made Fury Road such a memorable action movie and translated those ideas into a style that would work for audiences of all ages. It's an unexpected source of inspiration, but once you're aware of it, the similarities become surprisingly noticeable. The relentless pursuit, the inventive vehicles, the larger-than-life adversaries, and the sense that the action never slows down all feel reminiscent of George Miller's film. It's also a great example of how inspiration can come from unexpected places. A sequence rooted in Pacific folklore ultimately owes part of its energy to a modern action classic set in a post-apocalyptic desert thousands of miles away from the world of Polynesian mythology. In the movie, Maui's ability to shapeshift is directly connected to his magical fishhook. After losing the hook, he struggles to transform properly, often changing into the wrong animals or becoming stuck halfway between forms. This becomes an important part of his character arc and provides a clear motivation for him to recover the artifact. However, this isn't how shape-shifting typically works in traditional Polynesian mythology. Maui is indeed capable of transforming into different forms in many Polynesian traditions, but his ability is generally portrayed as an inherent supernatural power rather than something granted by a magical object. As a demigod, Maui possesses a variety of extraordinary abilities, and shapeshifting is simply one of the many powers attributed to him. The exact forms he takes vary from one tradition to another. In some stories, Maui transforms into birds to travel unseen or gain access to places he couldn't otherwise reach. In others, he adopts different animal forms to trick opponents, gather information, or carry out one of his many schemes. These transformations are usually treated as a natural extension of his divine nature, rather than a power that depends on an external source. This highlights one of the biggest differences between the film and the mythology. In traditional stories, taking away Maui's fishhook wouldn't necessarily prevent him from shapeshifting. While the hook is an important artifact in some legends and is closely associated with feats such as fishing islands from the sea, it isn't usually portrayed as the source of all his supernatural abilities. Disney chose to change this for storytelling purposes. By linking Maui's powers to the fishhook, the filmmakers created a tangible weakness for an otherwise incredibly powerful character. The loss of the hook gives him a clear obstacle to overcome and raises the stakes of his journey. It also allows the audience to see him struggle, fail, and gradually regain his confidence over the course of the film. The change also helps make the fishhook feel more significant. Rather than being just one magical tool among many, it becomes a symbol of Maui's identity and self-worth. Recovering it isn't merely about regaining a weapon, it's about reclaiming the part of himself he feels he has lost. So while Moana accurately reflects the fact that Maui is a shapeshifter, it significantly alters how that ability works. In traditional Polynesian mythology, his transformations are usually an innate power of the demigod himself. In the film, they're tied to the fishhook in order to create a stronger character arc and a more dramatic story. It's another example of Disney taking a genuine mythological element and adapting it to fit the needs of a modern narrative. Maui's battle with the Kakamora was created specifically for Moana and has no basis in traditional Polynesian mythology. As mentioned earlier, the Kakamora themselves are inspired by beings from the folklore of the Solomon Islands. However, there are no known traditional stories in which the Kakamora encounter Maui, much less engage him in a high-speed battle across the ocean. This isn't particularly surprising, since the two originate from different cultural traditions. Maui is one of the most important figures in Polynesian mythology and appears in stories told across much of Polynesia, while the Kakamora belong to the folklore of the Solomon Islands, which lie outside the Polynesian Triangle and have their own distinct cultural traditions and legends. For the purposes of the film, Disney brought these separate elements together and placed them in the same story world. This allowed the filmmakers to draw inspiration from a wider range of Pacific cultures while creating memorable characters and action sequences for the audience. The battle itself is entirely a Disney invention. There are no traditional myths in which Maui fights coconut-armored pirates, leaps between moving vessels, or attempts to recover a magical artifact from a fleet of Kakamora raiders. The sequence was designed primarily to provide excitement, showcase Maui's powers, and further develop the relationship between him and Moana. Even so, the scene still reflects an important aspect of many Maui stories. Throughout Polynesian mythology, Maui frequently finds himself facing unusual challenges, dangerous creatures, and seemingly impossible obstacles. While the Kakamora battle isn't drawn from any specific legend, the idea of Maui using his strength, cleverness, and supernatural abilities to overcome a difficult situation certainly feels consistent with the character found in traditional mythology. So while the Kakamora have roots in genuine Pacific folklore, and Maui is one of Polynesia's most famous legendary heroes, their confrontation in Moana is an entirely original creation. It's another example of Disney blending authentic cultural inspirations with original storytelling to create a new adventure that feels mythological without directly adapting a specific traditional tale. Maui eating bananas isn't a reference to any known Polynesian myth. The moment is simply a character detail added for the film rather than a nod to a specific legend or traditional story. That said, bananas were an important food crop throughout much of Polynesia and had been cultivated across Pacific islands for centuries. Alongside crops such as taro, breadfruit, coconuts, and yams, bananas helped sustain island communities and became a staple part of daily life in many regions. Because of this, there's nothing unusual about a Polynesian demigod eating bananas. In fact, it's probably one of the more realistic things Maui does in the entire movie. While bananas occasionally appear in Polynesian folklore and traditional stories, they don't play a particularly significant role in Maui's legends. None of his most famous myths involve obtaining bananas, creating banana plants, or using them to accomplish one of his legendary feats. As a result, the scene is best understood as a cultural detail rather than a mythological reference. The inclusion of foods like bananas also helps make the world of Moana feel more authentic. Throughout the film, the filmmakers incorporated many aspects of everyday Polynesian life alongside the mythology, including traditional crops, fishing practices, voyaging canoes, clothing, music, and architecture. These details help ground the story in a recognizable cultural setting, even when the plot ventures into the realm of gods, monsters, and magical artifacts. So while Maui's banana snack doesn't connect to any specific myth, it does reflect the kinds of foods that were familiar throughout much of the Pacific. It's a small detail, but one that contributes to the film's broader effort to weave elements of real Polynesian culture into its fictional adventure. Maui getting hit with a blow dart in his butt cheek isn't based on any Polynesian myth. The scene was created entirely for the film and serves one primary purpose: comedy. Throughout Moana, Disney portrays Maui as a larger-than-life demigod who constantly boasts about his accomplishments and insists on his own greatness. Because of that, the film frequently places him in situations that undermine his confidence or make him look ridiculous. Getting struck by a blow dart in such an embarrassing location is a perfect example. The humor comes from the contrast between Maui's self-image and reality. Moments earlier, he may be acting like an unstoppable hero capable of defeating any obstacle, only to be taken down by a tiny Kakamora armed with a dart. It's a classic comedic technique that helps keep an incredibly powerful character from feeling invincible. This type of humor isn't unique to Moana. Mythological heroes and legendary figures are often given moments of embarrassment in modern adaptations to make them feel more relatable and entertaining. Audiences generally enjoy seeing larger-than-life characters humbled from time to time, especially when they've spent the previous few minutes bragging about how amazing they are. While the scene has no basis in traditional Polynesian mythology, it does fit Disney's interpretation of Maui. The film presents him as powerful, charismatic, and heroic, but also arrogant, impulsive, and occasionally clueless. Moments like this help balance those traits and prevent the character from taking himself too seriously. So although there isn't a traditional legend about Maui being shot in the rear by a tiny coconut warrior, the scene succeeds in its intended purpose, reminding viewers that even a demigod can have an embarrassing day. There are no well-known Polynesian myths that specifically describe Maui as a master wayfinder or navigator. Unlike some legendary figures who are remembered primarily for their seafaring abilities, Maui is generally celebrated for his supernatural feats, clever tricks, and world-shaping accomplishments rather than for his skill at navigation itself. That said, the film's portrayal isn't entirely without foundation. Many of Maui's adventures are closely connected to the ocean. Across Polynesian mythology, he is frequently depicted traveling between distant islands, venturing into the realm of gods and spirits, fishing up land from the depths of the sea, and interacting with powerful supernatural forces. The maritime world serves as the backdrop for many of his most famous stories. Because Polynesian cultures were deeply connected to the ocean, it would have been difficult for a legendary hero like Maui not to have some association with voyaging and seafaring. The sea was the highway of the Pacific, linking islands separated by vast distances and making exploration, trade, and communication possible. As a result, portraying Maui as knowledgeable about the ocean feels consistent with his broader role in mythology. While traditional stories don't usually emphasize his navigational abilities, they do place him in maritime settings often enough that the connection isn't unreasonable. The film likely exaggerates this aspect of his character for storytelling purposes. Since Moana revolves around voyaging and wayfinding, the filmmakers needed Maui to serve as a mentor figure who could help guide Moana on her journey. Giving him expertise in navigation allowed him to contribute to the story in ways that went beyond his supernatural powers and created opportunities for him to teach Moana about life at sea. In reality, the greatest wayfinders in Polynesian history were not mythological demigods but highly skilled navigators who mastered the art of reading stars, ocean swells, winds, clouds, and bird movements. Their knowledge enabled them to cross thousands of miles of open ocean without maps, compasses, or modern instruments. So while there isn't a traditional myth that explicitly presents Maui as a legendary wayfinder, his strong association with the ocean makes the film's interpretation feel plausible. It's another example of Disney taking a character rooted in mythology and adapting him to fit a story centered on voyaging, exploration, and the sea. In one of the film's more memorable comedic moments, Maui casually relieves himself in the ocean, much to Moana's horror when she realizes what's happening. It's exactly the kind of joke that tends to get a strong reaction from younger viewers while simultaneously making the heroine, and much of the audience, cringe. Unsurprisingly, this scene isn't based on Polynesian mythology. Traditional stories about Maui focus on his legendary accomplishments, supernatural abilities, and encounters with gods, monsters, and other powerful beings. Whether he's slowing the sun, obtaining fire for humanity, lifting the sky, or attempting to conquer death itself, the myths are generally concerned with world-shaping events rather than mundane bodily functions. That's not to say that Maui is always portrayed as a perfectly noble hero. In many traditional stories, he's mischievous, impulsive, arrogant, and occasionally reckless. His flaws are an important part of his character and often contribute to both his successes and failures. However, there are no well-known myths involving Maui stopping an adventure because he needs to use the bathroom. The scene was created entirely for comedic purposes and reflects Disney's broader approach to the character. Throughout the film, Maui is portrayed as a demigod who may possess incredible powers, but still behaves like a regular person in many respects. He boasts constantly, gets distracted, makes mistakes, and occasionally acts in ways that annoy everyone around him. Moments like this help make him feel more relatable and prevent him from seeming too distant or godlike. Rather than presenting Maui as a flawless mythological icon, the film portrays him as someone with strengths, weaknesses, bad habits, and an occasionally questionable sense of manners. The joke also highlights the contrast between Maui and Moana. Moana approaches her mission with seriousness and determination, while Maui often treats even important situations with casual indifference. Their differing attitudes create much of the film's humor, and this scene is a good example of that dynamic in action. So while Polynesian mythology contains many stories about Maui's extraordinary feats, none involve him casually using the ocean as a bathroom. The moment is a purely modern addition designed to get a laugh and reinforce the film's version of Maui as a powerful but imperfect character whose humanity is just as important as his divinity. Dreams play an important role in many Polynesian spiritual and cultural traditions. Throughout the Pacific, dreams were often viewed as more than ordinary experiences and could be interpreted as messages from gods, spirits, ancestors, or the supernatural world. In some traditions, dreams were believed to provide guidance, warnings, or insight into future events, while in others they served as a means of communicating with ancestral beings. Because of this, the idea that a person might receive important knowledge or direction through a dream would not have seemed unusual within many Polynesian cultures. The boundary between the physical and spiritual worlds was often viewed differently than it is in many modern societies, and dreams could sometimes be seen as a space where those worlds intersected. That said, the specific dreams and visions shown in Moana were created for the film and are not adaptations of any known traditional myths. There is no ancient Polynesian legend in which Moana receives prophetic dreams connected to Te Whiti or embarks on the exact journey depicted in the movie. However, the broader concept behind these scenes is consistent, with beliefs found throughout much of Polynesia. By using dreams as a way to convey guidance and connect characters to something larger than themselves, the filmmakers drew upon spiritual themes that have long been present in many Pacific cultures. More broadly, dreams occupy an important place in mythologies and religions around the world. For thousands of years, people have viewed dreams as a bridge between the human and divine realms. In many traditions, gods, spirits, ancestors, and supernatural beings communicate with mortals through visions experienced during sleep. These dreams may reveal hidden knowledge, foretell future events, offer warnings, or provide guidance during times of uncertainty. Examples can be found across countless cultures. In Greek mythology, gods frequently appear in dreams to deliver messages to heroes and kings. Norse traditions contain prophetic dreams that foreshadow major events. Ancient Egyptian texts record dreams believed to contain divine wisdom, while many indigenous traditions throughout the Americas also regard dreams as important sources of spiritual insight and guidance. Because of this, dreams have become one of the most widespread and enduring motifs in mythology. They allow ordinary people to receive extraordinary knowledge and often serve as the catalyst for a hero's journey or a major turning point in a story. So while the dreams in Moana are fictional, the underlying idea is deeply rooted in both Polynesian traditions and the wider history of world mythology. The notion that important truths can be revealed through dreams is one of humanity's oldest and most universal storytelling themes, appearing in cultures separated by vast distances yet connected by a shared belief that the world of sleep can sometimes offer a glimpse into something greater. At one point in the film, Maui claims that a real wayfinder doesn't need to sleep. While the line fits his tendency to exaggerate and act as though he's an expert on everything, it isn't historically accurate. Real Polynesian wayfinders absolutely needed sleep, even during long voyages across the Pacific Ocean. Navigating thousands of miles of open water was an extraordinary challenge that required constant attention, skill, and endurance. No navigator, regardless of experience, could remain awake indefinitely. In practice, traditional Polynesian voyaging was rarely the responsibility of a single individual. Instead, it was a highly collaborative effort involving an entire crew. Large voyaging canoes carried multiple sailors who shared responsibilities such as steering, managing sails, monitoring weather conditions, and maintaining the vessel. Navigation itself was often overseen by highly trained specialists, but even they relied on the support of the rest of the crew. By working in shifts, crews ensured that someone was always awake and monitoring the canoe's course. While one group rested, another could continue steering and observing the stars, ocean swells, winds, clouds, and other navigational cues. This system allowed voyages to continue day and night without exhausting any single individual. The reality of Polynesian navigation was therefore less about superhuman endurance and more about teamwork, preparation, and accumulated knowledge. Successful voyages depended on the coordinated efforts of many people working together rather than on a lone navigator staying awake for days at a time. This is one area where Moana simplifies history for the sake of storytelling. Because the film focuses on a single heroine's journey, Moana is often shown handling much of the navigation herself. In reality, the great voyages that carried Polynesian peoples across the Pacific were collective achievements made possible by skilled crews, shared expertise, and generations of accumulated navigational knowledge. So while Maui's claim makes for a funny boast, it shouldn't be taken seriously. Even the greatest wayfinders in Polynesian history needed sleep. What made them remarkable wasn't an ability to stay awake forever, but their extraordinary understanding of the ocean and their ability to work together to cross some of the largest expanses of open water on Earth. Lolotai is one of the film's more mythologically inspired locations. The name comes from Polynesian languages and roughly translates to below the sea or under the ocean. Throughout many Polynesian traditions, the depths of the ocean are often associated with powerful supernatural forces, gods, spirits, and realms beyond the ordinary human world. Because of this, the idea of an otherworldly domain hidden beneath the waves feels very much at home within a Polynesian-inspired story. However, the version of Lolotai depicted in Moana is largely a Disney creation. There is no well-known traditional myth describing a vast glowing undersea kingdom filled with monsters and ruled by creatures such as Tamatoa. Instead, the filmmakers appear to have drawn inspiration from broader Polynesian beliefs about supernatural realms associated with the ocean and transformed those concepts into an original fantasy setting designed specifically for the film. That said, Lolotai does bear some similarities to Palotu, a supernatural realm found in several Pacific traditions, particularly those of Fiji and Tonga. Palotu is often described as a spiritual world connected to gods, ancestors, and the afterlife. In some traditions, it exists beyond the horizon or beneath the sea, serving as a realm separate from the world of the living. While Palotu is not a monster-filled underworld like the one shown in Moana, both locations occupy a similar role as places that exist beyond normal human experience and are inhabited by supernatural beings. It's possible that the filmmakers drew inspiration from concepts such as Palotu when developing Lolotai. Rather than adapting a single myth directly, they appear to have blended together various Polynesian ideas about the spirit world, the ocean, depths, and supernatural realms into a single setting that would serve the needs of the story. The result is a location that feels authentically mythological even though its specific depiction is largely original. Like many elements in Moana, Lolotai isn't a direct adaptation of a traditional legend. Instead, it takes inspiration from real Polynesian beliefs and reimagines them as part of a new fantasy adventure, creating a setting that feels both familiar to mythology and unique to the film. In Moana and Maui reach Lolotai by diving through a massive whirlpool that acts as a gateway to a hidden realm beneath the ocean. The sequence creates one of the film's most visually striking moments, transforming the journey to the underworld into a dramatic descent through a supernatural vortex. This method of travel, however, isn't drawn from traditional Polynesian mythology. As mentioned earlier, Lolotai appears to take inspiration from spiritual realms such as Palotu, but the giant whirlpool itself is a Disney invention. In many Polynesian traditions, the entrances to the spirit world were associated with specific sacred locations rather than enormous openings in the middle of the ocean. Depending on the tradition, these entry points could be found along coastlines, near cliffs, within caves, or at other places believed to serve as boundaries between the world of the living and the world of spirits. In some beliefs, the souls of the dead traveled to these locations before passing into the afterlife. These gateways were often regarded as sacred and spiritually significant places connected to ancestors, gods, and the supernatural realm. Rather than descending through a giant ocean vortex, spirits were generally believed to enter the underworld through supernatural pathways, openings, or portals that linked the mortal world to the realm beyond. The exact details varied from culture to culture, but the concept of a designated entrance to the spirit world appears in many Polynesian traditions. Disney preserved the broader idea of a hidden realm existing beyond ordinary human reach while creating its own fantastical way of accessing it. The whirlpool provides a visually exciting and easily understood gateway for modern audiences, allowing the film to quickly transport its heroes from the familiar world into a realm filled with monsters, treasure, and supernatural dangers. So while the journey through the whirlpool isn't mythologically accurate, it does reflect a genuine mythological theme, the existence of special passageways connecting the human world to other realms. Like many elements in Moana, the The scene takes inspiration from traditional beliefs and reimagines them in a way that serves the story's sense of adventure and wonder. Maui's fishhook being hidden in Lolotai isn't based on any known Polynesian myth. While the magical fishhook is one of Maui's most famous possessions in traditional mythology, there are no well-known legends in which it is lost, hidden in an underworld, or stolen by a giant crab. In many traditional stories, the fishhook is simply one of the tools Maui uses to accomplish his extraordinary feats. Most famously, it is used to pull islands from the depths of the sea, helping shape the world inhabited by humans. Depending on the tradition, the hook may possess magical properties, but it is rarely treated as an object that must be recovered after being lost. The idea that Maui loses the fishhook during his battle with Te Ka and spends centuries without it was created specifically for the film. Likewise, the notion that the hook eventually ends up in Lolotai, where it is guarded among piles of treasure, has no direct counterpart in traditional mythology. These changes were made to serve the movie's narrative. By taking away Maui's most iconic possession, the filmmakers created a clear goal for both him and Moana. Recovering the fishhook gives the characters a reason to journey into Lolotai and provides Maui with a personal stake in the adventure beyond simply helping restore the heart of Te Fiti. The fishhook also becomes a symbol of Maui's identity. Throughout the film, he views the hook as proof of his worth and the source of the abilities that made him famous. Losing it contributes to his feelings of failure and isolation, while reclaiming it becomes an important step in rebuilding his confidence. In traditional mythology, however, the fishhook is generally remembered for what Maui accomplished with it rather than for being lost or stolen. The legends focus on the incredible feats it helped him perform, not on a quest to recover it. So while the magical fishhook itself comes directly from Polynesian mythology, the storyline surrounding its disappearance, its presence in Lolotai, and the mission to retrieve it are all original creations of Moana. Disney took one of Maui's most recognizable mythological artifacts and transformed it into the centerpiece of an entirely new adventure. Tamatoa isn't a well-known figure from Polynesian mythology. The giant treasure-hoarding crab seen in Moana was created specifically for the film, and there are no traditional Polynesian legends about a monstrous crab who rules an underworld filled with treasure and obsessively collects shiny objects. That said, the character does draw inspiration from Polynesian languages and cultural influences. The name Tamatoa appears in several Polynesian languages and is often associated with concepts such as bravery, warriors, strength, or champions. Disney seems to have borrowed the name and then built an entirely original character around it. As a result, Tamatoa is best viewed as a Disney creation inspired by Polynesian culture rather than a direct adaptation of a mythological figure. While Tamatoa himself isn't mythological, giant crabs do appear in world mythology. One of the most famous examples is Karkinos from Greek mythology. According to the myth, during Heracles' battle with the Hydra, the goddess Hera sent a giant crab to aid the monster. The crab attacked Heracles but was quickly crushed beneath his foot. Despite its brief role in the story, Hera honored the creature by placing it among the stars as the constellation Cancer. Unlike Tamatoa, Karkinos is a relatively minor figure, but it remains one of mythology's most famous crabs. Interestingly, Tamatoa wasn't always envisioned as the giant crab seen in the final film. During early development, the character went through several different concepts. One version portrayed him as a massive headless warrior inspired by myths and folklore from Oceania. As the story evolved, however, the filmmakers ultimately abandoned this idea and reimagined the character as an enormous coconut crab. The change proved to be a significant one. Transforming Tamatoa into a giant crab gave him a much more distinctive visual identity and allowed the filmmakers to emphasize themes of vanity, greed, and materialism. His obsession with covering himself in gold, jewels, and other shiny treasures became central to his personality. The character's memorable appearance and over-the-top behavior helped make him one of the film's most recognizable original creations. There are no well-known Polynesian myths about giant talking crabs like Tamatoa. However, Polynesian mythology frequently features animals that possess supernatural intelligence, unusual powers, or the ability to communicate with humans. While Tamatoa isn't based on a specific legend, The idea of an intelligent creature inhabiting a supernatural realm would not feel out of place within the broader mythological traditions that inspired the film. One of the most interesting aspects of Tamatoa is that part of his personality is actually grounded in real-world animal behavior. Tamatoa is a coconut crab, and real coconut crabs have a long-standing reputation for stealing shiny objects. Researchers and island residents have documented coconut crabs carrying away items such as silverware, jewelry, tools, and other reflective objects. Scientists still aren't entirely certain why they are attracted to shiny things, but the behavior has been observed for decades. This means that Tamatoa's treasure-hoarding obsession wasn't invented completely from scratch. Disney took a genuine characteristic of coconut crabs and exaggerated it to an absurd degree. In the film, Tamatoa covers himself with gold, gemstones, and valuable objects because he believes they make him important and impressive. While no real coconut crab has ever amassed a treasure hoard large enough to rival a dragon's, the inspiration for this trait can be traced directly back to the animal itself. Another surprisingly accurate detail involves one of Tamatoa's darkest jokes. At one point, he claims that he ate his own grandmother. While this line isn't based on Polynesian mythology, it does have an unexpected connection to reality. Coconut crabs have been observed engaging in cannibalism, particularly when food is scarce or when they encounter smaller and weaker members of their own species. In fact, aside from humans, one of the greatest threats a coconut crab may face is another coconut crab. Of course, real coconut crabs don't target their relatives out of spite, nor do they hold family grudges. Nevertheless, the idea of a giant coconut crab consuming another member of its species is far less far-fetched than it initially sounds. Once again, Disney appears to have taken a real characteristic of coconut crabs and exaggerated it for humor, adding another layer of authenticity to one of the movie's strangest characters. So while Tamatoa's claim about eating his grandmother isn't rooted in Polynesian folklore, it does reflect an unusual aspect of the animal that inspired him. Like many elements of Moana, the character blends real-world biology, cultural influences, and original storytelling to create something entirely new. Moana acting as bait to distract Tamatoa while Maui retrieves his fishhook isn't taken from Polynesian mythology. The entire sequence was created specifically for Moana, as neither Tamatoa nor the story of Maui losing his fishhook appears in traditional Polynesian legends. From a storytelling perspective, however, the scene draws upon a very common mythological theme, defeating a powerful opponent through cleverness rather than strength. Throughout myths from around the world, heroes frequently succeed by outwitting their enemies, using deception, distraction, or quick thinking to overcome challenges that would be impossible to solve through direct confrontation alone. This approach is especially appropriate for Maui. Although Disney often emphasizes his physical strength and magical abilities, Maui is traditionally known as much for his intelligence as for his power. In many Polynesian stories, he achieves his greatest accomplishments through ingenuity, persistence, and trickery. Whether he is slowing the sun, obtaining fire, or attempting to conquer death, Maui often succeeds by devising clever plans rather than relying solely on brute force. Because of this, the strategy used against Tamatoa feels surprisingly consistent with the spirit of traditional Maui stories. Instead of charging directly into battle, Moana and Maui work together to create a distraction, allowing them to accomplish their goal without having to overpower the giant crab. The details may be entirely fictional, but the underlying idea of using wit to overcome a stronger adversary is very much in line with the kinds of challenges Maui faces throughout mythology. The sequence also serves an important role in the development of the characters. Earlier in the film, Maui tends to view Moana as an inexperienced burden. By helping execute the plan and successfully distracting Tamatoa, Moana proves that she can contribute in ways that go beyond physical strength. Her courage and quick thinking become just as valuable as Maui's powers. So while there is no traditional Polynesian myth about Moana distracting a treasure-hoarding crab while Maui recovers a lost fishhook, the scene does capture an important aspect of mythological storytelling. Like many legendary heroes, Maui often triumphs through intelligence and creativity, making this original Disney sequence feel surprisingly faithful to the character's traditional role as a clever trickster and problem solver. Even after recovering his fishhook, Maui continues to struggle with his shape-shifting abilities. His transformations are often incomplete, causing him to accidentally cycle through different animals or emerge with mismatched body parts. One moment he may be turning into a hawk, only for the transformation to unexpectedly shift into a shark, a bug, or some strange combination of multiple creatures. Within the context of the film, these failed transformations serve an important purpose. They aren't simply played for laughs. They're a visual representation of Maui's emotional state. Although he has regained his fishhook, he hasn't fully regained his confidence. Deep down, he is still haunted by his previous failure against Teika and uncertain whether he is capable of being the hero he once was. This reflects one of the movie's central themes, that true strength comes from believing in yourself rather than from any magical object or special ability. Maui initially views the fishhook as the source of his identity and power, but the film gradually reveals that his greatest obstacle isn't the loss of the hook itself. It's the self-doubt that has taken root over the centuries. As a storytelling device, the unreliable shape-shifting allows the audience to see that internal struggle manifested physically. Every failed transformation reminds viewers that Maui's problem isn't merely magical, it's psychological. The more uncertain he becomes, the less control he has over his abilities. This concept, however, doesn't come from traditional Polynesian mythology. As mentioned earlier, Maui's ability to shapeshift is generally portrayed as an inherent supernatural power rather than something granted by a magical fishhook. In traditional stories, he transforms into various animals whenever the situation requires it, often using these forms to trick opponents, gather information, or accomplish tasks that would otherwise be impossible. Birds are among his most common forms, though the exact animals vary between traditions. Regardless of the form he takes, the transformations are usually portrayed as deliberate and controlled rather than unstable or unreliable. While Maui certainly experiences setbacks in mythology, there are no well-known legends in which his shape-shifting abilities stop working because he has lost confidence in himself. Nor are there stories about him becoming rusty after centuries without practice or accidentally transforming into the wrong animals. This aspect of the character was created specifically for Moana to give Maui a more personal and relatable character arc, rather than simply recovering a magical artifact and instantly regaining his powers. He must also overcome his insecurities and rebuild his self-confidence. The film turns what could have been a straightforward physical quest into an emotional journey as well. So while the malfunctioning shapeshifting isn't mythologically accurate, it serves an important narrative purpose. It transforms Maui from an all-powerful demigod into a flawed character struggling with self-doubt, making his eventual recovery feel more meaningful. In traditional mythology, Maui's challenge is usually overcoming external obstacles. In Moana, one of his greatest challenges is overcoming himself. During one of his failed shape-shifting attempts, Maui briefly transforms into a reindeer, a moment that bears a striking resemblance to Sven from Frozen. This transformation isn't connected to Polynesian mythology and appears to have been included purely as a visual gag. Reindeer are native to Arctic and subarctic regions such as Northern Europe, Siberia, Alaska, and Canada. They are not found anywhere in Polynesia and therefore have no significant role in traditional Polynesian myths, legends, or folklore. Because of this, there is no mythological basis for Maui taking the form of a reindeer. The joke works because the transformation is so out of place. Throughout the film, Maui's shape-shifting problems are shown through increasingly absurd mistakes, and turning into an animal that has no connection whatsoever to Polynesia helps emphasize just how scrambled his powers have become. Instead of transforming into a useful creature, he accidentally becomes something completely random and unexpected. Some viewers have also noted the resemblance to Sven, the lovable reindeer from Disney's Frozen. While Disney has never officially confirmed the moment as an intentional reference, the similarity has led many fans to interpret it as a playful nod to one of the studio's other popular animated films. Regardless of whether it was meant as an Easter egg, the scene serves a simple purpose within the story. It highlights Maui's lack of control over his powers and reinforces the idea that his struggle is as much emotional as it is magical. The reindeer transformation isn't rooted in Polynesian tradition, but it does provide one of the film's more memorable visual jokes while illustrating just how far Maui still has to go before regaining his confidence. Moana's plan to cover a barnacle with bioluminescent algae and use it as a fake heart of Te Whiti was created specifically for the film and doesn't come from Polynesian mythology. There are no known traditional legends involving a decoy heart, glowing algae, or a hero tricking a giant monster in quite this way. The entire sequence was invented by Disney as part of the film's adventure narrative, since both Tamatoa and the quest to recover Maui's fishhook are original creations. The clever ruse Moana uses to outwit the giant crab is likewise a product of the movie's writers, rather than an adaptation of an existing myth. That said, the scene does draw upon a storytelling theme that is extremely common in mythology around the world, overcoming a stronger opponent through intelligence rather than force. Many legendary heroes succeed not because they are the strongest person in the story, but because they are the cleverest. Faced with enemies too powerful to defeat in a direct confrontation, they rely on strategy, deception, and quick thinking to gain the upper hand. From Odysseus tricking the Cyclops in Greek mythology to countless trickster figures found in cultures around the world, cleverness is often portrayed as being just as valuable as physical strength. This theme is especially fitting in a story involving Maui. Throughout Polynesian mythology, Maui is famous not only for his strength and supernatural powers, but also for his ingenuity. Many of his greatest accomplishments are achieved through clever plans, tricks, and unconventional solutions rather than brute force alone. In that sense, Moana's strategy mirrors the kind of thinking traditionally associated with Maui himself. The scene also highlights an important aspect of Moana's character. Unlike many heroes who solve problems through combat, Moana frequently succeeds through observation, creativity, and determination. Rather than attempting to fight Tamatoa directly, she identifies his weakness, his obsession with shiny objects, and uses it against him. So while the glowing barnacle disguised as the heart of Te Whiti has no basis in Polynesian mythology, the underlying idea certainly does. The scene reflects a timeless mythological lesson. Intelligence can often accomplish what strength alone cannot. By outsmarting Tamatoa instead of overpowering him, Moana follows a path that many legendary heroes have taken before her. At one point in the film, Maui accidentally transforms part of himself into a shark while attempting to shapeshift. This moment is not based on Polynesian mythology and was created specifically for Moana as part of the character's comedic and emotional arc. In traditional legends, Maui is indeed capable of transforming into various animals, but these transformations are generally portrayed as deliberate and complete. He takes on new forms intentionally in order to trick others, accomplish feats, or navigate challenges. There is no tradition of his shapeshifting being fragmented, unstable, or occurring by accident. The scene in Moana instead serves a narrative purpose. It reinforces the idea that Maui has not yet fully regained control over his abilities, and more importantly, that his struggle is not purely physical or magical but tied to his confidence and emotional state. The partial shark transformation becomes a visual metaphor for his incomplete sense of self at that point in the story. Sharks do hold significant meaning in many Polynesian traditions. Across different cultures in the Pacific, they are often associated with strength, protection, guidance, and in some cases ancestral or divine presence. However, despite their cultural importance, there are no well-known myths in which Maui himself becomes part shark due to a failed transformation or loss of control. As a result, the moment should be understood as a creative invention by the filmmakers rather than an adaptation of traditional mythology. It blends the broader cultural symbolism of sharks in the Pacific with the film's internal storyline about Maui's instability and growth. In this way, the scene functions less as a mythological reference and more as character development, using humor and visual exaggeration to highlight that Maui's journey is still incomplete. In the film, Maui's tattoos serve as a visual record of his accomplishments, with new tattoos seemingly appearing each time he completes one of his legendary feats. While this makes for effective and engaging storytelling, it isn't how Maui's tattoos are typically portrayed in Polynesian mythology. In traditional Polynesian cultures, tattoos are deeply meaningful and are closely tied to identity, ancestry, status, and personal history. However, There are no well-known myths in which Maui's tattoos magically appear or update themselves whenever he achieves a new heroic deed. Instead, tattoos in Polynesian societies are created through human practice and ritual. They are permanent markings applied by skilled tattooists, and while they may tell the story of a person's life, they do not change or evolve in real time based on ongoing actions. Maui, as a mythological figure, is often described as heavily tattooed in various traditions, but the tattoos themselves are not depicted as supernatural or self-updating in the way the film presents. The idea in Moana was introduced as a creative storytelling device. By having Maui's tattoos react to his achievements, the filmmakers give the audience a visual shorthand for his legendary status and past accomplishments without needing lengthy exposition. Each tattoo essentially functions like a living biography, illustrating his identity as a celebrated demigod. It also reinforces Maui's larger-than-life personality. His animated tattoo character, Mini Maui, narrates and comments on his actions, turning his body into a kind of storytelling canvas. This is a purely fictional invention designed to make his history and ego more immediately visible to the audience. While the magical behavior of the tattoos is not rooted in Polynesian mythology, the broader concept of tattoos as carriers of meaning is very much grounded in real cultural practice. Across Polynesia, tattooing has long been used to record lineage, achievements, and social identity in a way that connects individuals to their community and heritage. So although Maui's self-updating tattoos are a fantasy element unique to Moana, they are inspired by the real cultural importance of tattooing in Polynesian societies, where the body itself can serve as a permanent record of who a person is and what they have done. One of the most significant changes Disney made to Maui's backstory involves his origins. In the film, Maui explains that he wasn't born a demigod. According to his version of events, he was born to human parents who abandoned him as a baby, and the gods later took pity on him, granting him his magical fishhook and transforming him into a demigod. This origin plays an important role in Moana, helping explain Maui's deep desire for love, acceptance, and validation. However, this version of events differs considerably from traditional Polynesian mythology. In many Maori traditions, Maui is described as the son of Terana and Makiatutara, with Makiatutara often associated with the supernatural realm and the gods. In these accounts, Maui is not an ordinary human who is later elevated into divinity. Instead, he is born with extraordinary origins and inherent connections to the divine from the very beginning of his life. Across Polynesia, the details of Maui's birth vary between cultures and oral traditions, but a common thread remains. He is consistently portrayed as a figure whose greatness is part of his nature rather than something granted to him later on. His abilities, intelligence, and supernatural qualities are typically understood as intrinsic aspects of who he is, not rewards bestowed after abandonment or divine intervention. The film's decision to reframe his origin as a story of abandonment and later acceptance is therefore a creative invention. It serves a clear narrative purpose within Moana, giving Maui a more vulnerable emotional core and grounding his larger-than-life persona in feelings of insecurity and rejection. By making his demigod status something he gains rather than something he is born with, the story creates space for a personal arc centered on self-worth and identity. This reinterpretation also strengthens his relationship with Moana. Both characters are defined, in different ways, by questions of belonging and purpose. Maui's desire to be seen as a hero and Moana's journey to discover her calling mirror each other, and his altered backstory helps bring those themes into sharper focus. So while Maui's origin in Moana is not faithful to traditional Polynesian mythology, it is a deliberate narrative choice that reshapes his character into a more emotionally grounded figure. In the original myths, his greatness is innate. In the film, it becomes something he must learn to believe in. The film does borrow one element from mythology: the story of Maui being cast into the sea as an infant. In several traditional versions of the legend, the premature Maui is abandoned shortly after birth and thrown into the ocean. However, unlike the movie, this event does not lead to the gods transforming him into a demigod. Instead, he survives through supernatural protection and eventually grows into the legendary hero known throughout Polynesia. In Moana, Maui recounts a different version of his origin story. He explains that after being abandoned by his parents, the gods discovered him, took pity on him, and transformed him into a demigod, gifting him his magical fishhook in the process. This emotional backstory was created specifically for the film and is not how Maui's origins are typically described in Polynesian mythology. In Maori tradition, Maui's survival after being cast into the ocean is attributed not to divine elevation, but to a series of supernatural events that demonstrate his inherent significance from birth. According to one well-known version of the myth, Maui is born prematurely, and his mother Terana believes he will not survive. She wraps him in a lock of her hair and casts him into the sea. Rather than drowning, Maui is protected by sea creatures that shelter him among seaweed and kelp. In some versions of the story, he is eventually carried back to shore by natural or supernatural forces. There, he is discovered by his ancestor Tamanuirengi, who recognizes the child's extraordinary nature. He raises Maui and teaches him knowledge, magic, and wisdom, setting him on the path toward his legendary deeds. This version of the myth presents Maui as a figure whose importance is evident from the very beginning. Rather than becoming special through later divine intervention, his extraordinary destiny is already present at birth. His greatness is not granted to him, but is revealed over time through his actions and the recognition of those around him. While Moana borrows the motif of Maui being cast into the ocean as an infant, it significantly reshapes the rest of the story. The film replaces his traditional mythological upbringing with an original narrative centered on abandonment, divine intervention, and the emotional search for acceptance. As a result, the movie blends a recognizable mythological element with a largely new interpretation of Maui's early life, using it to support the film's broader themes of identity, belonging, and self-worth. In the film, Maui explains that he performed all of his legendary feats for humanity because he wanted to earn their love and acceptance. Having been abandoned as a child, he is portrayed as someone who desperately seeks validation, believing that if he does enough for people, they will finally value him. However, no matter how many islands he pulls from the sea or gifts he provides, it never feels like enough. This emotional struggle becomes a central part of Maui's character arc and helps explain many of his choices throughout the story. In traditional Polynesian mythology, however, Maui's motivations are generally quite different. While he often performs extraordinary feats that benefit humanity, he is not typically portrayed as acting out of a desire to be loved or accepted. Instead, he is more commonly depicted as a clever trickster and cultural hero who uses his intelligence, courage, and supernatural abilities to reshape the world and improve life for people. Across many Polynesian traditions, Maui's actions, such as slowing the sun, obtaining fire, or fishing up islands, are presented as heroic accomplishments in their own right. These deeds are important not because they earn him personal approval, but because they fundamentally change the world for the better. In many versions of the myths, humans admire and remember Maui for what he accomplishes, even when his methods are mischievous or his plans do not go as intended. While Maui can certainly be proud, bold, and at times self-interested depending on the tradition, there is generally little emphasis on him being a figure who is ignored or unloved by humanity. Instead, he is widely recognized as one of the most significant heroes in Polynesian mythology, precisely because of the lasting benefits of his actions. The film's portrayal of Maui as a lonely figure seeking validation is therefore largely a Disney invention. It reframes his legendary status into a more personal emotional journey, transforming his heroic deeds into attempts to fill an internal sense of emptiness. This gives the character a more modern psychological arc, but it differs from the way he is typically understood in traditional storytelling. In doing so, Moana shifts the focus from Maui as a celebrated cultural hero to Maui as a flawed individual struggling with identity and self-worth, using his mythological reputation as the foundation for a more intimate character study. The climactic battle between Moana, Maui, and Te Kā was created specifically for the film and does not come from Polynesian mythology. Since Te Kā, Te Whiti, and the Heart of Te Whiti are all original creations, there are no traditional legends that feature this particular conflict or storyline. The entire confrontation, including the idea of a volcanic guardian driven by the loss of a stolen heart, was designed as part of Disney's narrative structure for Moana. It serves as the emotional and action-driven peak of the film, bringing together Moana's journey, Maui's redemption arc, and the restoration of balance to the world of Motunui. However, while the specific events are fictional, the scene does draw on broader themes that are common throughout Polynesian traditions. Many Pacific cultures emphasize the interconnectedness between people, the land, the sea, and the spiritual world. Natural forces are often seen as deeply alive, responsive, and significant, with the environment playing an active role in mythological stories. By centering the climax around the ocean, the land, and a volcanic being, the film taps into these ideas of nature as a powerful and living presence. The struggle between destruction and restoration in the form of Te Ka and Te Whiti echoes wider mythological patterns in which imbalance in the world must be corrected for harmony to be restored. As a result, even though the characters and events are original, the scene feels mythological in tone. It reflects a worldview in which nature is not passive, but active and meaningful, and where restoring balance between forces is central to resolving conflict. This allows the climax to function like a mythic story, even without being based on a specific traditional legend. Te Ka cracking Maui's fishhook is not based on Polynesian mythology. Likewise, there are no well-known traditional stories in which the hook is broken during a confrontation with a volcanic or fire-based being. This moment was created specifically for Moana as part of the film's original narrative. In the movie, the fishhook is far more than just a tool. It represents Maui's identity, pride, and sense of worth. It is the source of his shape-shifting abilities and, in his mind, the physical proof of his status as a legendary demigod. Because of this, the destruction of the hook carries significant emotional weight and marks a major turning point in his character arc. The moment forces Maui into a difficult choice. He must decide whether to cling to the one object he believes defines him or risk everything to help Moana complete her journey and restore balance to the world. This internal conflict becomes a key part of his development, shifting him from a self-focused hero concerned with his own legacy to someone capable of genuine selflessness. From a mythological standpoint, however, this specific event has no traditional precedent. The idea of Maui's fishhook being broken in battle does not appear in Polynesian oral traditions. Instead, it is a narrative invention designed to heighten the stakes of the story and deepen the emotional journey of the character. Even so, the scene remains consistent, with Maui's broader mythological role as a figure whose tools, tricks, and possessions often play a central part in his adventures. By giving the fishhook such importance, the film builds on his established mythology while reshaping it into a more personal and dramatic storyline. Maui says his fishhook was made by the gods. Some traditions, however, offer different origins for the hook. In Maori mythology, for example, the hook used to fish up the North Island of New Zealand is said to have been fashioned from the jawbone of Maui's grandmother, linking the object directly to ancestry and family rather than divine craftsmanship. Across many Polynesian traditions, Maui's fishhook is not simply a magical tool but a deeply significant object tied to genealogy, lineage, and sacred relationships. Rather than being presented as a gift from the gods, it is often associated with ancestral power and the idea that Maui's strength is rooted in his family connections and inherited mana. Disney retains the central idea of Maui wielding a powerful fishhook, but significantly reshapes its origin and narrative importance. In Moana, the hook is explicitly framed as a divine artifact granted by the gods, which reinforces Maui's identity as a demigod chosen for greatness. This differs from many traditional accounts, where his abilities and tools are more closely tied to ancestry and inherent supernatural heritage rather than later divine gifting. As a result, the film preserves the iconic image of Maui and his fishhook while reinterpreting its meaning to fit the movie's themes of self-worth, identity, and redemption. One of Maui's greatest fears in the film is the idea that he is nothing without his fishhook. Throughout the story, he treats the hook as the source of his powers, his reputation, and even his sense of identity. When he loses it, he believes he has lost the very thing that makes him a hero. However, this is not how Maui is typically portrayed in Polynesian mythology. While the fishhook is an important and often powerful tool in many traditions, it is not the source of his greatness. Maui's legendary status comes from his intelligence, strength, courage, and supernatural abilities, all of which are inherent to him as a mythological figure. Across different Polynesian traditions, many of Maui's most famous feats are achieved through his own ingenuity rather than through reliance on an external object. Whether slowing the sun, obtaining fire, or fishing up land from the sea, his accomplishments are generally attributed to his cleverness and power as a demigod, not to a single artifact. In traditional accounts, the fishhook functions more as an instrument that Maui uses to carry out his deeds, rather than something that defines or limits him. It assists his actions, but it does not determine his identity or worth. The film, by contrast, reframes the fishhook as the emotional core of Maui's self-image. It becomes a symbol of his pride and insecurity, and its loss forces him to confront the idea that his value is tied to more than his reputation or abilities. This is a creative reinterpretation designed to support his character arc in Moana, particularly his journey towards self-acceptance. By making the fishhook central to Maui's identity, the film introduces a vulnerability that is not present in traditional mythology. It transforms him from a confident cultural hero into a character struggling to separate his sense of self from the objects and achievements associated with him. Maui abandoning Moana after Te Ka damages his fishhook was created specifically for the film and has no basis in traditional Polynesian mythology. Since Moana herself is an original Disney character, there are no traditional myths involving a shared journey between the two. The scene serves an important role in the movie by heightening the emotional stakes at a critical point in the story. After the destruction of his fishhook, Maui is confronted with the depth of his attachment to the object he believes defines him. In response, he temporarily withdraws from the quest, prioritizing his own sense of loss over the mission to restore balance and save Moana's people. This moment also functions as a turning point for Moana. Stranded without Maui's help, she is forced to confront her own doubts and step fully into her role as the navigator and leader she has been becoming throughout the film. The separation between the two characters ultimately reinforces both of their arcs, pushing them toward greater self-awareness and independence. In traditional Polynesian mythology, Maui is often portrayed as flawed, arrogant, and sometimes reckless, but he is not known for abandoning a companion during a shared heroic journey in this manner. His stories typically focus on his individual feats and interactions with gods or supernatural forces rather than partnerships resembling the dynamic scene in Moana. As a result, this conflict is best understood as a narrative invention designed to support the film's emotional structure. It adds tension, deepens Maui's internal struggle, and emphasizes the theme that true heroism involves growth, accountability, and learning to act beyond one's own pride. After Maui leaves, Moana becomes overwhelmed by doubt and asks the ocean to choose someone else. This moment is not taken from Polynesian mythology. In fact, the entire concept of the ocean selecting Moana as its chosen navigator is a fictional element created specifically for the film. The scene, however, plays an important role in the emotional structure of the story. It marks a moment where Moana questions her worth and her ability to continue the journey without Maui's support. Her request for the ocean to choose someone else reflects a temporary loss of confidence at a point when the challenges ahead feel insurmountable. Although this specific event is original to Moana, it aligns with a well-known storytelling pattern found across global mythological traditions. This pattern is often referred to as the refusal of the call, in which a hero is initially reluctant to accept their destiny or doubts their ability to fulfill it. In many versions of heroic myths, this hesitation occurs before the character ultimately recommits to their path and grows into their role. Because of this, Moana's moment of self-doubt feels mythological in structure even if it is not drawn from a specific Polynesian source. It echoes a universal narrative rhythm in which heroes must confront uncertainty before fully stepping into their purpose. The ocean itself, while not a figure in Polynesian mythology in the specific way it is portrayed in the film, serves in Moana as a symbolic force that guides and interacts with her. This creative choice reinforces the idea of nature as an active presence in the hero's journey, even though the precise relationship between Moana and the ocean is a modern invention. Ultimately, the scene functions as a turning point in Moana's development. By initially rejecting the call and then later reclaiming it, she follows a narrative arc common to many legendary heroes, even as the details of her story remain unique to the film. Grandma Tala returning to guide Moana after her death is not based on a specific Polynesian myth, but it is rooted in ideas that are common throughout Polynesian spiritual traditions. Across many Polynesian cultures, ancestors are understood to remain present in the lives of the living, maintaining a continuing relationship with their descendants even after death. In these traditions, ancestors may offer guidance, protection, or wisdom, often through dreams, visions, or spiritually significant encounters. Rather than being seen as completely separate from the living world, the deceased are frequently understood as part of an ongoing spiritual continuum in which family connections persist beyond physical death. The film reflects this concept through Tala's return in a spiritual form to support Moana at a critical moment in her journey. Although this specific encounter is an invention of the filmmakers, it draws on the broader cultural idea that ancestors can remain active participants in the lives of their descendants. The association between Tala and the manta ray further reinforces this interpretation. In many Polynesian traditions, animals can carry spiritual significance or be connected to ancestral presence, and certain beings are sometimes interpreted as manifestations or symbols of guidance from the spirit world. The film uses this idea visually, linking Tala's spirit to a manta ray that accompanies and comforts Moana. While the scene itself is an original creation, the underlying themes are consistent with Polynesian beliefs about ancestry, continuity, and spiritual connection. Rather than depicting a specific myth, it draws on a widely shared worldview in which those who have passed on remain meaningfully present in the lives of the living, especially in moments of uncertainty or transition. Maui's decision to return and help Moana fight Te Kā was created specifically for the film and is not based on Polynesian mythology. Since the entire conflict involving Te Kā, Te Whiti, and the heart of Te Whiti is an original creation by Disney, there are no traditional legends that feature this moment or this specific turning point in Maui's story. In the film, this scene represents the culmination of Maui's character arc. After initially prioritizing his own pride and his attachment to his fishhook, he ultimately chooses to return and assist Moana, even at personal risk. This decision marks a shift in his motivations, showing that he has begun to value helping others over preserving his reputation or clinging to the object he believes defines him. In traditional Polynesian mythology, Maui is generally portrayed as a bold and confident trickster whose stories emphasize his legendary exploits rather than personal redemption arcs. While he is sometimes flawed or self-serving, his myths typically focus on his accomplishments and cleverness rather than an internal transformation toward selflessness. As a result, this kind of emotional resolution is better understood as a modern storytelling addition rather than an adaptation of a specific traditional narrative. Maui fighting a giant lava monster is also not found in Polynesian mythology. While volcanoes, fire, and powerful natural forces are significant in various Polynesian traditions, there are no well-known legends in which Maui battles a being like Te Kā. The character of Te Kā was created specifically for the film, making the confrontation entirely original. However, by placing Maui in opposition to a living embodiment of volcanic destruction, the film creates a conflict that feels mythological in scale. The imagery of a demigod confronting a force of nature aligns with broader mythological storytelling patterns, even though the specific events and characters are not drawn from traditional sources. As a result, the sequence functions as a narrative invention that blends emotional character resolution with mythic-style spectacle, rather than a direct adaptation of Polynesian mythology. The destruction of Maui's fishhook was created specifically for the film and does not come from Polynesian mythology. Although the fishhook is one of Maui's most iconic possessions across many traditions, there are no well-known myths in which it is shattered or permanently destroyed. In traditional stories, the fishhook is an important magical tool used by Maui to accomplish his legendary feats, but it is not the source of his powers or identity. His abilities, his strength, intelligence, and supernatural nature are generally understood to be inherent rather than dependent on any single object. The film introduces the idea of the hook breaking as a way to raise the emotional stakes and deepen Maui's character arc. By removing the object he believes defines him, the story forces him to confront his own insecurities and reassess where his value truly comes from. This narrative choice also reinforces one of Moana's central themes, that identity and self-worth are not tied to possessions, status, or reputation, but to who a person is beyond those external markers. The loss of the fishhook becomes a catalyst for Maui's growth, pushing him toward greater humility and self-understanding. As a result, while the fishhook itself is rooted in Polynesian mythology, its destruction is a creative addition designed to support the film's emotional and thematic structure rather than a reflection of traditional mythological storytelling. One of the film's biggest twists is the revelation that Te Whiti and Te Ka are actually the same being. This is not based on Polynesian mythology and was created specifically for the movie. Neither Te Whiti nor Te Ka is a traditional mythological figure, and there are no well-known legends in which a goddess of creation transforms into a volcanic monster after losing her heart. However, the twist reflects a broader mythological idea found in many cultures, that a single force can contain both creative and destructive aspects. Rather than representing opposing entities, creation and destruction are often understood as two expressions of the same underlying power, depending on perspective and circumstance. The film also draws inspiration from the natural world to reinforce this concept. Volcanic activity, for example, can simultaneously destroy and create. Eruptions can devastate existing landscapes while also forming new land and enriching soil over time. By linking Te Ka's destructive form and Te Whiti's creative form, the story mirrors this duality in a visual and narrative way. The reveal that Te Ka and Te Whiti are one and the same reframes the conflict from a battle against an external enemy into a process of recognition and restoration. Rather than defeating a villain, the resolution comes through understanding, empathy, and the return of balance. While the specific characters and plot twist are original to Moana, the underlying theme aligns with mythological and philosophical traditions that emphasize harmony between opposing forces. In this sense, the story uses an invented myth to express a concept that is deeply rooted in broader human storytelling traditions. Moana restoring the heart of Te Whiti is not based on Polynesian mythology. The heart of Te Whiti, the goddess herself, and the quest to return the stolen heart were all created specifically for the film. There are no well-known traditional legends that follow a comparable storyline. However, the sequence reflects broader mythological themes that appear across many cultures, including the restoration of balance, the healing of a wounded or corrupted land, and the recovery of a sacred object that has been lost or taken. These motifs are common in stories that explore the relationship between humanity, nature, and the spiritual world. What makes this moment especially distinctive is that Moana does not succeed through violence or conquest. Instead of defeating an enemy, she recognizes Te Ka's true identity and responds with empathy and understanding, choosing to return what was taken rather than destroy the force opposing her. This resolution reframes the conflict as one of restoration rather than combat. The solution is not the elimination of a villain, but the healing of a divided being and the reestablishment of natural and spiritual balance. While the specific characters and events are entirely original to Moana, the underlying themes align with long-standing mythological traditions that emphasize harmony, renewal, and the interconnectedness of all things. As a result, the ending feels mythological in spirit, even though it is not drawn from any specific Polynesian source. Near the end of the film, Maui admits that stealing the heart of Te Whiti was wrong and accepts responsibility for the damage it caused. This moment was created specifically for Moana and is not based on Polynesian mythology. Since the heart of Te Whiti and the events surrounding its theft are original to the film, there are no traditional legends in which Maui expresses regret for taking it. However, Maori and broader Polynesian traditions do portray Maui as a complex and often flawed figure whose actions do not always go as planned. Many of his stories involve him taking risks, challenging powerful forces, or attempting extraordinary feats that sometimes lead to unintended consequences. He is frequently depicted as clever, bold, and ambitious, but also prone to misjudgment and overreach. In traditional storytelling, though, these consequences are not typically framed as moments of emotional confession or personal remorse. The focus is usually on the outcome of his actions and the way they reshape the world, rather than on internal reflection or moral repentance. The film's depiction of Maui openly acknowledging his mistake and expressing regret therefore represents a modern narrative addition. It transforms him from a largely action-driven mythological figure into a character capable of explicit emotional self-reflection and redemption. This change serves the film's broader character arc, emphasizing growth, accountability, and reconciliation between Maui and Moana. While it differs from traditional portrayals, it reframes his mythic status into a more contemporary story about responsibility and personal change. After the heart of Te Fiti is restored, Te Fiti repairs Maui's broken fishhook. This moment was created specifically for Moana and does not come from Polynesian mythology. There are no traditional stories in which a goddess restores Maui's damaged hook, nor are there myths in which the hook is broken in the first place. In the film, this sequence serves as the conclusion to Maui's character arc. Having already learned that his value does not depend on his powers or possessions, he chooses to do the right thing even when he believes the hook may be lost forever. This decision reflects his growth from a figure driven by pride and validation into someone capable of selfless action. The restoration of the fishhook afterward functions as a symbolic resolution rather than a mythological adaptation. It acts as a reward for Maui's development, visually confirming that his identity is not tied to the object itself, but it is nonetheless a meaningful part of his journey. By returning the hook to its repaired state, the film closes Maui's arc on a note of renewal and reconciliation. The moment reinforces the idea that growth and change are what ultimately restore balance, both in the world and within the characters themselves. While Maui and his fishhook are deeply rooted in Polynesian mythology, this specific event is an original narrative choice designed to bring emotional closure to his story in Moana, rather than reflect a traditional legend. Maui magically gains a new tattoo depicting Moana. This is not based on Polynesian mythology and was created specifically for the movie. Throughout Moana, Maui's tattoos function as a living visual record of his adventures, with new images appearing to commemorate important events and accomplishments. In traditional Polynesian cultures, tattoos carry deep cultural significance and often symbolize ancestry, identity, status, and personal history. However, they are created through ritual, skill, and artistic practice, rather than appearing or changing supernaturally as they do in the film. The idea of tattoos updating themselves in real time is therefore a fictional storytelling device unique to Moana. The tattoo of Moana serves as a symbolic gesture within the narrative. It represents Maui's recognition of Moana's courage, growth, and achievements throughout their journey. By adding her image to his body of tattoos, the film visually reinforces her status as someone who has earned his respect and stands alongside his legendary deeds. This moment functions less as an adaptation of mythology and more as a creative expression of character development. It highlights the bond formed between Maui and Moana and provides a visual conclusion to their shared journey. While the concept of tattooing is deeply rooted in Polynesian tradition, the supernatural way Maui's tattoos behave is an invention of the film designed to externalize his identity and growth in a visually expressive way. The return of healthy vegetation to Motunui and the end of the blight were created specifically for the film and are not based on traditional Polynesian mythology. Earlier in the story, the island's crops begin to fail and fish become increasingly scarce as the effects of Te Fiti's missing heart spread across the ocean. Once the heart is restored, the land recovers and life returns to normal. While this storyline is original to Disney, it reflects a broader mythological theme found in many cultures. The idea that the natural world and the spiritual world are deeply interconnected. In such frameworks, disruptions in spiritual balance are often reflected in the physical environment, and restoring harmony brings renewal to the land. The film uses this concept to provide a visual representation of Moana's success. The healing of Motunui functions as an external expression of the internal and cosmic restoration she has achieved, showing that her journey has not only resolved Te Fiti's suffering but also reversed the environmental consequences of the imbalance. By linking environmental recovery to spiritual restoration, the story reinforces a common mythological idea that human actions, divine forces, and nature are inseparably connected. Although the specific events are fictional, the underlying principle aligns with widespread mythic patterns in which harmony is reflected through the flourishing of the natural world. Moana places a seashell on top of the stone pillar built by the chiefs of Motunui. This moment is not taken from Polynesian mythology and appears to have been created specifically for the film. Throughout the story, each chief contributes a stone to the monument, symbolizing the continuation of leadership across generations. By placing a seashell instead, Moana honors that tradition while also marking a new chapter in her people's history. The shell reflects her connection to the ocean and the rediscovery of her ancestors' voyaging heritage, distinguishing her path from that of the chiefs who came before her. The gesture also serves as a symbolic bridge between tradition and change. While the stone pillar represents stability, lineage, and the established order of leadership, the seashell introduces the ocean as an equally important source of identity and guidance for Motunui's future. Although the scene is not based on a specific myth, it reflects themes that are central to many Polynesian cultures, including respect for ancestry, continuity between generations, and the transmission of knowledge and responsibility over time. The moment ultimately functions as a quiet acknowledgement that Moana's role expands upon tradition rather than replacing it. At the end of the film, Moana and the people of Motunui take to the sea once again, restoring their ancestors' tradition of voyaging. As mentioned earlier, this appears to be inspired by the historical long pause, a debated period in Polynesian history when long-distance ocean voyaging and large-scale settlement across the Pacific seem to have temporarily slowed after centuries of rapid expansion. Although the exact causes and nature of the long pause remain a subject of scholarly discussion, it is widely understood that Polynesian peoples eventually resumed long-distance navigation, continuing to travel between islands and preserving their sophisticated wayfinding traditions. These voyaging practices remain one of the most remarkable achievements in maritime history. The film's ending mirrors this broader historical narrative of renewal. Throughout the story, the people of Motunui have become disconnected from their ancestral identity as voyagers and remain confined to their island. By rediscovering their heritage and returning to the ocean, they symbolically reverse that sense of cultural pause. While the events depicted in Moana are fictional, the final image of a new generation setting sail again resonates with the real history of Polynesian navigation. It reflects the enduring legacy of Pacific seafaring cultures and the resilience of the knowledge systems that enabled people to explore and connect some of the most remote islands on Earth. In the post-credits scene, Tamatoa is revealed to still be lying upside down at the bottom of Lolotai, complaining that no one has come to flip him over. This moment is not based on Polynesian mythology and was created purely for comedy. Since Tamatoa is an original character, there are no traditional legends involving his defeat or his inability to right himself after a fall. The joke likely draws on the real-world behavior of crabs and other crustaceans, which can struggle when overturned. By extending Tamatoa's predicament beyond the main story, the scene functions as a lighthearted epilogue rather than a continuation of any mythological narrative. It gives one final comedic appearance to one of the film's most distinctive original characters. In the same post-credits sequence, Tamatoa also makes a self-referential joke comparing himself to Sebastian from The Little Mermaid. He suggests that if he had a Jamaican accent and a friendlier personality, audiences might like him more. This is a clear nod to Sebastian, the well-known crab character from Disney's The Little Mermaid, who was famously voiced by Samuel E. Wright. The humor works on multiple levels. Both characters are crabs in Disney films, but they are presented as opposites in personality and role. Sebastian is loyal, cautious, and responsible, often acting as a voice of reason, while Tamatoa is vain, self-absorbed, and obsessed with wealth and appearance. By drawing this comparison, the film breaks the fourth wall in a subtle way, acknowledging audience familiarity with Disney's broader character lineup. As a result, the scene operates less as mythological content and more as metacomedy, using character contrast and intertextual reference to deliver a final humorous moment before the film ends. And that's the Moana movie fully analyzed. A sequel was released in November 2024, continuing the story and expanding on the characters and themes we talked about here. It was a major success, earning over $1 billion at the box office, and showing that this world and its ideas continue to resonate with audiences everywhere. Moana 2 works because it understands why the first movie connected with people and builds from there instead of trying to replace it. The sequel doesn't undo Moana's growth or reset her journey. It treats her experiences as something that shaped her, not something to move past. The movie expands the world in a natural way. The ocean, the islands, and the sense of exploration feel bigger, but not louder or emptier. The story still takes time to breathe, letting quiet moments sit alongside larger set pieces. That balance keeps the sequel grounded instead of feeling like it's just trying to top the original. Moana herself feels more confident, but not invincible. She's still learning, still listening, and still making hard choices. That matters. The sequel understands that growth doesn't mean becoming flawless. It means carrying what you've learned into new challenges. Most importantly, Moana 2 keeps its heart. It stays focused on identity, connection, and responsibility rather than chasing shock value or forced twists. That's why it feels like a true continuation instead of a cash grab, and why audiences responded to it so strongly. Another reason Moana 2 stands out is how it handles legacy. The movie isn't just about going on another adventure. It's about what it means to lead after you've already proven yourself. Moana isn't chasing validation anymore. She's learning how her choices affect others, and that adds real weight to every decision she makes. The sequel also improves how it handles supporting characters. They aren't just along for the ride. They contribute in meaningful ways, and their presence changes how problems are solved. It feels less like a solo journey and more like a shared responsibility, which fits the themes of community the series has always cared about. Visually, the movie feels more confident and more intentional. Instead of trying to be bigger just for spectacle, it uses scale to reinforce emotion. Scenes are framed to emphasize isolation, connection, or uncertainty depending on what the story needs. The visuals serve the story instead of distracting from it. Moana 2 also trusts its audience more. It doesn't over-explain its ideas or rush emotional beats. It allows moments of silence, hesitation, and reflection. That patience makes the movie feel mature without losing its sense of wonder. All of that makes the sequel feel purposeful. It isn't trying to justify its existence. It earns it by deepening the story rather than repeating it. Moana 2 also succeeds because it lets the story evolve instead of staying comfortable. The conflict isn't just external. It comes from uncertainty, responsibility, and the pressure of being relied on. That shift makes the story feel more personal and less predictable. The movie also handles scale better. When things feel bigger, it's because the stakes are bigger emotionally, not just visually. You're not watching events happen. You're watching choices ripple outward. That makes the journey feel meaningful instead of mechanical. The music continues to serve the story instead of overpowering it. Songs feel placed with intention, supporting moments of doubt, resolve, or connection rather than interrupting them. Nothing feels forced in to recreate a hit from the first movie. Most of all, Moana 2 respects its own ending. It doesn't rely on nostalgia alone or try to recreate the same emotional beats. It moves forward. That confidence is rare in sequels, and it's why the movie feels like a natural next chapter instead of a repeat. Taken together, those choices are why Moana 2 feels strong on its own. It builds on what worked, deepens what mattered, and trusts the story to grow instead of staying safe. Looking ahead, the world of Moana isn't slowing down. A live-action Moana movie is coming soon, and it's one of the few Disney remakes that actually makes sense. The story is grounded, character-driven, and built around real places and physical journeys, which fits live action far better than many past adaptations. One of the biggest reasons people are paying attention is that Dwayne Johnson is returning to play Maui. That choice matters. He helped define the character in the animated film, and his presence brings continuity and authenticity to the role. Maui's personality, humor, and larger-than-life presence depend heavily on performance, and keeping the same actor helps preserve that identity. The live-action version also has the chance to lean even more into realism, scale, and atmosphere. The ocean, the islands, and the physical challenges of the journey can feel heavier and more grounded, while still keeping the heart of the story intact. If handled with care, It can highlight the cultural respect and emotional core that made Moana work in the first place. More than anything, this remake has potential because it isn't trying to replace the original. It's expanding the same story across a new format, with people involved who clearly understand why the original mattered. If Disney approaches it with the same restraint and respect, the live-action Moana could feel like a genuine extension of the story rather than just another remake. The live-action Moana could be great because the story already feels grounded in a physical world. Sailing, storms, islands, and long journeys across open water translate naturally to live action. This isn't a story that relies on exaggerated cartoon logic. It relies on effort, distance, and endurance, which can feel even stronger with real actors and real environments. Live action also gives the ocean more weight. In the animated film, the ocean has personality, but in live action it can feel dangerous, vast, and unpredictable in a way that adds tension. Long stretches of silence, rough seas, and isolation can make the journey feel harder and more earned. The emotional moments could also hit deeper. Seeing doubt, fear, and resolve play out on real faces can add subtlety that animation sometimes smooths over. Moana's struggle between duty and calling has the potential to feel more intimate and personal in a live-action setting. Having Dwayne Johnson return as Maui helps a lot too. Maui is a character that depends heavily on presence and timing. Keeping the same actor helps preserve the character's identity while letting him explore new layers through a different medium. Most importantly, the live-action version doesn't need to reinvent the story. If it focuses on atmosphere, performance, and restraint instead of spectacle for its own sake, it can stand alongside the animated film rather than compete with it. That's why this remake actually feels like it has a real chance to work. Another reason the live-action Moana could work is tone. The story doesn't depend on non-stop jokes or exaggerated reactions. It already balances quiet moments with adventure, which is something live action handles well when it trusts silence and pacing. That restraint can make the world feel more real and the choices feel heavier. The cultural elements also have room to be explored more deeply. Live action allows for texture, ritual, and daily life to feel tangible. Clothing, navigation tools, music, and movement can all feel lived in instead of symbolic. If handled with care, that realism can strengthen the sense of respect behind the story rather than flatten it. There's also an opportunity to make the journey feel longer and harder. Time can be felt through exhaustion, weather, and uncertainty. Moana's determination doesn't need to be told. It can be shown through physical strain and persistence, which adds credibility to her growth. If the film avoids overusing effects and lets practical environments lead the experience, it can feel immersive instead of artificial. The ocean doesn't need to be flashy to be powerful. It just needs to feel vast and unforgiving. That's why this remake has real potential. The story is already strong. Live action doesn't have to improve it. It just has to treat it seriously and let the weight of the journey speak for itself. There's also a chance for the live action version to sharpen the themes even more. Responsibility, leadership, and connection to the land can feel heavier when you're watching real people carry that weight. Small choices, like hesitation before stepping onto a boat or the quiet pressure of being watched by your community, can say a lot without a single line of dialogue. The scale of the world can also feel more honest. Wide shots of open ocean, distant horizons, and tiny boats against massive waves can reinforce how small Moana is compared to what she's facing. That contrast makes her courage stand out more, not less. Another strength is restraint. The story doesn't need constant action to stay interesting. If the film trusts atmosphere, sound, and pacing, it can build tension in a slow, steady way. Waiting, drifting, and uncertainty can all become part of the experience instead of something to rush through. Finally, the live-action format gives the story a chance to reach people who might not connect with animation the same way. The message stays the same, but the delivery changes. If it stays focused on character, effort, and meaning, it can stand on its own while still honoring what made the original special. That's why this remake feels different. It isn't about spectacle or nostalgia alone. It's about taking a strong story and letting it breathe in a new form. Given how successful the first two animated Moana movies were, it's hard to imagine the story ending there. Both films connected with huge audiences, made a major cultural impact, and proved that this world still has a lot of life in it. When a series shows that kind of staying power, studios don't just walk away from it. A third movie feels likely because the story still has room to grow. Moana's journey isn't built around a single problem that gets solved once. It's about leadership, responsibility, and connection, which naturally evolve over time. Each stage of her life brings new challenges that make sense to explore. There's also clear audience interest. The success of the sequel showed that people weren't just nostalgic for the first movie. They wanted more from this world and these characters. That kind of response usually leads to future chapters, especially when the storytelling foundation is strong. If a third movie happens, the key will be the same as always. Can't exist just to exist. It has to move the story forward in a meaningful way. Given how carefully the series has been handled so far, there's real reason to believe a future installment could continue that trend instead of repeating old ground. Nothing is official yet, but based on the success and reception of the first two films, Moana's story feels far from finished. If the story continues, the most interesting direction isn't bigger threats. It's deeper responsibility. A third movie could focus on Moana fully stepping into leadership, not just as a voyager, but as someone whose choices shape the future of her people. The conflict doesn't need to come from a new villain. It could come from hard decisions. How do you protect tradition while adapting to change? How do you lead when there isn't a clear right answer? Those kinds of problems fit the tone of the series far better than trying to raise the stakes with something louder or darker. There's also room to explore the wider ocean world. Other cultures, other ways of living, and other relationships with the sea could challenge Moana's understanding of what leadership looks like. Not every lesson has to come from conflict. Some can come from contrast. The story could also shift focus toward legacy. What does Moana leave behind? How does she pass on knowledge without turning it into rules that trap the next generation? That question ties directly back to the themes the series has always cared about. If a third movie leans into growth, choice, and long-term impact instead of spectacle, it could feel like a natural next step. Not an ending, but a reflection on what it really means to guide others after you've found your own way. A third movie also has a lot of room to draw more deeply from Polynesian mythology in ways the first two films only touched on. Polynesian myths are vast and varied, and many of them focus on navigation, balance with nature, and the relationship between humans and the divine, which fits Moana's story perfectly. One strong direction would be expanding on wayfinding myths. In Polynesian tradition, navigation isn't just skill. It's knowledge passed through generations, tied to stars, winds, currents, and memory. A third movie could explore lost routes, forgotten knowledge, or the responsibility of protecting that wisdom before it disappears. There's also room to explore more nature-based spiritual forces. Polynesian mythology often treats the ocean, land, and sky as living forces with intent and consequence. Instead of introducing a new villain, the story could center on imbalance caused by neglect, fear, or broken traditions, continuing the idea that harmony matters more than conquest. The film could also include lesser-known mythic figures or spirits connected to specific islands or natural elements. These beings don't need to be enemies. They could serve as guides, tests, or reflections of Moana's choices, reinforcing the idea that mythology exists to teach, not just to challenge. Another powerful angle would be ancestry. Polynesian myths place huge importance on lineage and connection to those who came before. A third movie could explore Moana's relationship to her ancestors in a deeper way, not as voices giving answers, but as reminders of responsibility and consequence. If done right, these elements wouldn't feel like references for their own sake. They would shape the story's meaning. That's always been the strength of Moana's connection to mythology, and a third movie could lean into that even more by using myth as a foundation instead of decoration. There's also an opportunity to explore creation myths more directly. Many Polynesian stories focus on how islands were formed, how the sea and sky were separated, and how humans came to live in balance with nature. A third movie could tie Moana's journey to restoring or protecting something tied to those origins, reinforcing the idea that the present is shaped by ancient choices. Another element that could be explored is the idea of taboo and sacred boundaries. In Polynesian mythology, certain places, actions, or knowledge are restricted for a reason. Crossing those boundaries often has consequences, not because of evil, but because balance is disrupted. That kind of story would fit perfectly with Moana's theme of responsibility over bravery. Spirits connected to specific places could also play a larger role. Instead of traveling across vast distances, the story could slow down and focus on one region, showing how mythology is rooted in land, reefs, and shorelines. That would make the mythological elements feel intimate rather than grand for the sake of scale. There's also room to explore time differently. Some Polynesian myths treat the past as something that exists alongside the present. A third movie could reflect that by showing how old choices echo forward, or how Moana must reckon with decisions made long before her lifetime. Most importantly, these mythological elements don't need to be explained outright. They can be felt through ritual, story, and consequence. That's how mythology works best, and it's where the Moana series has always been strongest. Leaning further into those ideas could make a third movie feel deeper without ever needing to feel heavier. If a third movie leans further into Polynesian mythology, there are several gods who could be included in meaningful ways without turning the story into a simple god quest. Tain is one strong possibility. In many Polynesian traditions, Tain is tied to forests, creation, and the separation of sky and earth. A story involving Tain wouldn't need a fight. It could focus on growth, responsibility, and the balance between land and people, especially if Moana is dealing with protecting natural spaces while leading others. Tangaroa is another important figure who could be explored more deeply. He's often associated with the sea and marine life. Instead of being portrayed as a villain or ally, Tangaroa could represent the ocean's will itself. Calm when respected, dangerous when ignored. That would fit perfectly with Moana's relationship to the sea and reinforce the idea that nature responds to how it's treated. Rongo, a god connected to peace and agriculture, could also play an interesting role. A story involving Rongo could shift the focus away from conflict and toward restoration, cooperation, and long-term survival. That kind of mythological presence would support a quieter, more thoughtful story about leadership. There's also Hina, a figure often connected to the moon, cycles, and transformation. Hina's presence could tie into themes of change over time, reflection, and the pull between different paths. She wouldn't need to appear directly. Her influence could be felt through symbolism, timing, and natural rhythms. The key is that these gods don't need to show up as characters who give orders or start battles. In Polynesian mythology, gods often shape the world through forces, balance, and consequence rather than direct control. If a third movie treats them that way, they can deepen the story without overpowering it. Handled with care, including these gods wouldn't feel like adding lore for spectacle. It would feel like returning to the roots of what Moana has always been about. Understanding your place in a world shaped by forces much older than you, and choosing how to live within that balance. So that's the Moana franchise as a whole. A story that began with one journey and kept growing without losing what made it special. From the original movie to the sequel to the possibility of future stories, Moana stands out because it values meaning, culture, and character over empty spectacle. Very few franchises manage to expand while still feeling sincere. Moana does, and that's why it continues to connect with so many people across different ages and backgrounds. It feels thoughtful, grounded, and intentional in a way that's rare. Now I want to hear from you. How do you feel about the Moana franchise overall? What's your favorite Moana movie so far? Who's your favorite character? And which song do you keep coming back to? Are you excited for what's next? Or do you think the story should end here? Let me know your thoughts in the comments. And I'll see you in the next video.